showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Yeah, we're just not 936 miles away. We're harder to get to, but at the end of the day, Gene, if they could take us out, they would. That's why they took our hostages back in -- They hate us too. They absolutely hate us.
We ever had any problems with Israel?
No.
No.
Those are our guys. Meanwhile,
So we should smoke both of them.
Wow.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show, Monday, June 23rd, 2025. Myself, Lummy, Dan, Dr. Dan, Seth, the Macho Man. Lummy, does Gino 7-Eleven come in on Mondays usually?
He's supposed to, yes.
Is Gino 7-Eleven, is he making pretty good progress?
Yes, he is.
He seems like a pretty hard worker. He really does.
He does. His 7-Eleven's kind of screwing him over, but he has a goal, and he tries to always, shoot higher. So if he gets like 2 a day, 3 a day, shows up, he'll try to get 4 the next time he comes in.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, like on the average, how many can you get? 2 or 3 shows?
Normally it's 2. Normally it's 2.
2 whole shows.
Yes.
Wow.
So
is he working predominantly on the Joe the Supermarket 98 Rock stuff?
Neil Malpazier, $20, Dr. Dan. No, I got him where he starts the tape because you got to record that in real time, and then he goes over and does cock CDs.
Cock CDs. Now
Yes.
you can burn those double time, can't you?
Correct.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did any of us stay up? I knew they were gonna get beat, so I didn't. I went to bed normal time. Did anybody of us any of us watch the OKC? By the way, the Oklahoma Thunder, Seth Kushner's favorite NBA team, and last night they won a championship. They beat, they killed the Indiana Pacers in Game 7 at OKC. What's the guy's first name? I know it's Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton blew out his Achilles. Is it a tendon? Mm-hmm. Your Achilles tendon 7 minutes into the game.
Yeah, I did stay up till about 1 a.m. last night.
You did?
Yeah.
The game was over like at 10:30.
Yeah, but then there was the championship, and then there was everything after the post-game interviews, and I honestly couldn't sleep, Dan. That when I'm watching those games, whether it's my team or not, I can't just when it's over, I can't just come down and go to bed.
You just can't shut it down.
It's like a whole process. But I wanted to ask Dan a question because Tyrese Halliburton had a calf strain going into it, and they said maybe it was like a month-long injury, but he played because it was the finals, and he tore his Achilles, and it happened to Kevin Durant like 6 years ago with a calf issue, and now they're saying that if you ever have a calf strain, to not play on it because you're at a major risk for tearing your Achilles.
Does your Achilles tie into your calf?
It's part of it. It's where
kind of the bottom.
It's where your calf attaches to your heel.
Right. So it's probably
already damaged.
As much as it's called the Achilles tendon, it could probably be almost the last part of the calf. Could it not?
It is the last part of the calf.
So Dan, I want you to watch his right foot, okay, and then watch it click.
Dude, it's bad.
Watch it snap.
He starts crying, man.
Right there. Did you see it?
Yep.
Did you?
And it snapped high. Look how high it snapped. Snapped right where that black line is. Which is the base of the muscle.
Does that make it worse or?
No, it probably makes it better because it's something to sew to. Oh, if it's really low, you're screwed.
Now,
But
Dan,
again, it could be an extension of his calf strain because calf strains are sometimes small tears in the fascia.
Are there doctors, just like Andrews was a knee guy, your dad was a hernia guy, sports-wise, are there specific Achilles guys?
I guess there are probably, yes. There's all kinds of things. They used to put placentas on those things to help them heal.
Oh. And 7 minutes in.
Yeah,
Seth, did he go right to the floor?
Oh my dude, he started crying. It was so bad. It was so bad to see. Any OKC fan, was not happy with that. That's not how I think anybody wanted it to go down. And Halliburton's such a good guy, dude. But it was brutal watching him on the ground. ESPN kept showing it over again. Then they were like, all right, we've shown this enough. Let's go to his dad in the crowd crying.
Oh,
we can't stop showing enough guys that were completely gutted by this, man.
Dr. Remulak, $100.
I think Rainey Hall.
Yeah, yesterday.
I think we had some weekend trading.
$50
from Rainey yesterday. She might have closed on a house on a Sunday.
No, she's a big Thunder gal.
Oh, that's what the deal was. Big Thunder gal. Can you see if Seth sent me the tear, the Achilles tear? Can you give me how he went to the floor and then the ESPN footage? Thereafter. Or somebody already on the phone lines. I hope it's not Gary because you're not.
I picked up on it.
Gary called, last week when he's not supposed to be calling. So I don't know why he thinks he can continue to call. He's not supposed to.
No.
Hi, who's this?
Dean Lasker, please.
Lasker's not here. He's only here on Fridays.
Wow. That's not good. Let's. Can we get Gene set up with a Monday morning?
All right. See, I wonder if these people wake up at whatever time they wake up and say, I have no life. I obviously don't have a male or a female or anything I'm attracted to laying beside me. Let me call.
Maybe he's such a pimp. He just kicked a couple of hoes out, and now he's winding down.
You want to tell Gene about it?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't think of that parameter. I could be wrong.
There's a small chance of that.
Right. Or I'm just a loser. I get done finishing my morning Marlboro, and let me call my favorite radio show, 813-90 Bubba, and try to be a horse's ass when you know that we don't have Gene Lasker on Mondays. Gene's on Friday. Now, do you do that just to hear yourself? Because you know the answer to the question.
I genuinely think some people are so dumb, Bubba, because, people will ask for more Dan, more Jay, more Kevin, more Brian, more Gene. Well, they all have businesses, okay? They all have things that they have to do throughout the week, and it's great that they volunteer their time to come in, once or twice a week, but they still have a million other things to do. They can't necessarily sit here every single day and take care of their family.
I think maybe we kind of automatically assume that they know the lineup better than they do. They probably don't because most of them are stupid. You know what I'm saying? Did you send it to me?
I've been trying. I found one right now, and I'm trying to get his dad.
All right, so you found me the.
I found one where he's crying.
Okay, this one right here. Hold on. Let me see. Yeah. That's after he went down.
Here we got a big zoom in Willie here. Let's see if we can see a tear hit the floor.
Halliburton's hurt right away when he fell.
Now, Dan, not that you've ever experienced it, but would you just feel like you cannot? Would it be instantaneously just massive amount of pain if you snapped it?
He knew.
And do they have to put you on a stretcher?
Well, you can't walk on it. Your foot will collapse. But just like Seth said, he knew. He realized what happened. He knew he was screwed.
Of course, that strained calf.
He's crying as much about like not finishing that game as he is the pain.
He's crying as much as I just let my teammate down and I can't put in 25 tonight. And
I'm the reason they're going to lose.
I sent you the dad too.
Okay.
They did a quick little pan over to him.
They did a pan over to Pops.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. Let me finish this out. This shows the boom.
It's the right calf right away.
And it resorted in a turnover too.
And the guy, you see, guys will tear it in football and everything, but man, you don't see guys without helmets on, tear their Achilles too much, and just seeing the pain, whether it was, from tearing the Achilles or knowing that you weren't going to be able to finish up Game 7, that was really tough to watch.
Yeah, you don't ever see, you don't see it in baseball much.
No.
You don't see it in baseball
Baseball's
much.
Blisters when they can't play or something.
You don't see it in baseball much.
Baseball players pull hammies all the time.
Yeah,
because they're not warmed up and they sprint.
Trying to think about what.
But not a lot
injury.
of ACLs or anything.
No. ACLs are like stop and rotate kind of injuries, or someone hitting you funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of baseball specific injuries.
Rotator cuffs.
Well, that's
elbows.
Pitchers, because of pitchers, right? I mean,
they pull hammies. They pull hammies all the time.
Yeah, but if you're like a left fielder or a right fielder or a first baseman, I don't. There's not a lot of.
Sometimes you can get strained obliques from the hitting motion, but there's not a lot of serious stuff.
What did
catchers get the testicles hit?
Oh God!
What did what's it called? Fasciitis.
Plantar?
Evan Longoria had that most of his career. He was battling. What is that, Dan?
That's just a chronic bunch of little tears in the bottom of your foot. The fascia is like the tendon. It's where the connective tissue is, the strength is. And so, just like when you have a calf strain, you have small tears in the fascia. When you have a Achilles rupture, it's a huge tear in the fascia. And when you have plantar fasciitis, it's that bottom really, really, really strong fascia that holds your whole foot together, and you got little tears in it. And it's chronic pain. These guys suffer with it.
If you were a strength and conditioning coach for, say, whatever, whether it's college or pro level or whatever, would it be strengthening to try to not have Achilles issues?
Mm-hmm.
Would you work predominantly on calf strengthening? Because I don't know of actually any Achilles exercises, and just calf rises and stuff like that.
What, are you worried about tearing something now? Because Halliburton did it.
No, I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying, for those that are listening or that have kids that are that are in sports, and you don't want to have a person that has a weak Achilles. I mean, that all ties into probably having really, really, really training your calves, right?
Well, see, the problem, Bubba, is, and I think you probably experienced this, I know I did, is that sometimes your muscles become stronger than your fascia.
Okay, I got a pretty strong fascia.
But when you were in high school and college and you were starting to do high numbers of bench pressing, your muscles were outgrowing your fascia, especially if you do it too rapidly, like with steroids or something.
Now, what is the fascia? Is the fascia?
It's the white connective. It's the gristle.
Okay.
But it's what holds you together. Muscle without fascia is weak.
Is it kind of like, by the way, I cooked a really nice ribeye yesterday on the grill.
Mm-hmm.
Is it that?
Shut up. You mean somebody cooked it and dropped it off for you?
No, I cooked it on my grill. Is the fascia kind of the marbleization?
No, that's the fat.
Oh, okay. I got a lot of that.
The fascia is the white stuff.
I got a lot of marbleization.
The fat stuff, the fascia is the white stuff that separates the sections of meat.
So I sent you, Bubba, strengthening Achilles tendons.
You did?
So what I would do, Bubba, is I would absolutely do specific calf stretching, and I would also do making the kids walk on the outsides of their ankles and on the insides of their ankles for about 100 yards each way.
So
and then that whole joint's warmed up if you do all three.
This is a calf stretch.
Yep, those are important.
Oh, look at that. That's nice.
You're a pervert, Lummy.
My God, that's a nice look. That is a nice, I hate to say it, but that's a nice ass.
You got to stretch it, but if the muscle's stronger than the fascia, then it'll rip.
Back leg straight, heel on the floor. We're going to look to hold this somewhere around 30 seconds. Repeat 4 or 5
30 seconds.
times.
I would try to do 10 on each leg.
Stretch, this is going to get the lower part of your calf complex. So this is a calf foam roll. You're going to start at the bottom from the Achilles all the way up towards the knee. You're going to do this for somewhere between 50.
I don't know what that does, other than maybe massage.
The first one's critical.
30 seconds, depending on how comfortable it feels. This is an example of an isometric mid-range calf hold. So you're going to walk, step onto the step with both feet, hold the foot so that the heel is hanging off the step in that mid-range, so it's neither up nor down in terms of the heel. And you're just going to hold it into that position for the time that the program dictates.
If Homeboy had before every game had done 2 minutes of calf stretching, none of it would ever happen.
This is an example.
Like Aaron Rodgers last year and Deshaun Watson. There's a lot of high-profile people.
3 guys in the NBA playoffs all tore their Achilles: Damian Lillard, Jason Tatum, and Halliburton.
How old's Halliburton?
Yeah. How old is he? Like 25, I think.
Oh,
young.
Yeah,
young.
Okay, they're not old.
Of an isometric bent knee mid-range hold. So this is a standard bodyweight gastroc.
Oh, again, so thank you, Lummy, for the tutorial, but it all to me seems like it's just like all things that you would do to train your calves. It's all just
warm up. It's warming up, not training. It's warming up. That's what's so important. You stretch your hamstrings properly and you warm up properly, then you don't tear your hamstring.
Well, what about
you get off the couch and run as fast as you can?
What if we're not playing a game and we're in the weight room and I want to train so that I have stronger calf muscles, but which tie into my Achilles? Those are what you would be doing, those things. Now, you can also warm up with those.
You should warm up with that.
With no weight.
Right.
That's just, get them warmed up, get them stretched out. But to put in a training application, you would put weight on there, right?
I would do leg raises or toe raises, like foot raises with inside and outside, pigeon-toed and also the other way.
It says to use resistance.
I got
bands.
unbelievable calves.
Resistance bands.
Let's put them to the test.
Oh,
let's go out there and let's play some basketball.
Maybe not Macho Man, but probably next to Macho Man, I probably have the best. My calves are unbelievable, and it's because I'm fat. Because
they'll snap like a rubber band if you put them to work, right?
I don't know, man. I don't know if you could blow out my Achilles. I don't know if you could, because it's my. I've really built up my fascia, and my calf. My calf is just factoring. When we go to break, Dan, I want you to really look at my calf. I want you to look at my.
I know your calf, Bubba. You got a great calf.
God,
why do you want him to look at it?
Just to put it over.
I'm putting it over now.
Yeah.
I just know it's memorable.
It's better than a doctor putting your stuff over. Like, Seth, if Dr. Dan saw your shoulders and went, "Wow, Seth, got some really nice shoulders. Your shoulders are really tying in nice with those little bit of weight you're pushing around during the hot mic and during in between shows at the Clem Gym. Looks pretty damn good, buddy."
Well, that would be that's always nice, but you're really prompting him to give you a compliment by come over and take a look at you.
Come on, guys, laugh.
I'm not asking him to look. I'm not asking him to embellish.
It's like come over, get under the table.
When you see my calves, my friend, they have you ever seen them before?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. You look like you played soccer growing up. What, they got big calves?
Yeah, they're nice.
24-second violation.
Now this is sick. One of the most lovable players in this league. One of the best young leaders in this team.
Is that his father?
Brian.
His father struggling with it.
Now, Seth, are the Pacers positioned decently for a run next year, or was this the year they had to get it done? And I know they only have only one starter that might defect, which would be Miles Turner, which I'm not a big believer on him anyway. I don't know. They gave away three number 1 picks to Toronto for the
Siakam
guy. So I don't know if they have a number 1 this year or not. I mean, can they? And then obviously yesterday out of nowhere was a Kevin Durant trade from the Phoenix Suns to Houston. They're saying Houston's going to make a run at it. They say OKC is the favorite to win it next year, followed by Houston, and then Indiana's a 10-1. I mean, could the Pacers, will they be in the mix next year?
Well, it's hard to answer now, considering Tyrese Halliburton's probably going to miss the whole year, if not 75% of it. So
yeah, it's a 6-8 month injury.
Yeah, when you're talking about being out, being without one of your best players.
That's what destroyed the Bucks, because they had the what was the guy's name?
Lillard.
They had him all synced up to play with the Greek Freak, and next thing you know, Lillard, pulls his Achilles. He's not feeding the ball to the Greek Freak, and now they're saying the Greek Freak might move on from Milwaukee.
No, he's staying.
Oh, is he staying?
Yeah, I think he's staying.
Okay.
Yeah, he's that's all settled. He wants to stay in Milwaukee.
Now, what did the Durant? The guy's 37. He's a Hall of Famer by far, but he's been kind of a journeyman, has he not? For as being as good as he is, he's really been kind of a journeyman. He started his career in Seattle, then he went to Golden State, then he went. I don't know where he went before he went to Phoenix.
He was with the Nets.
So he went Supersonics,
Oklahoma, because they switched names.
Well, okay. So he's been, what is this, his fifth or sixth team?
Fourth.
Yeah, this would be his fifth team.
Is he that good that he instantaneously makes the Rockets a playoff juggernaut?
A championship team.
Really?
They were the number 2 seed this year in the West. So put Kevin Durant on there.
That helps.
Can that white boy, that 5'11" white boy, take Halliburton's spot?
TJ McConnell?
Yeah.
Oh man, poor guy, dude. He was crying after the game last night, and his mom was like consoling him in the locker room, and she had to push the ESPN camera away because they were locked in on tears left and right last night, man. So there was a lot of shooing the camera away.
I was watching. Did anybody watch Caitlin Clark just listen, as much as we praise her accolades, when she chokes big. For the weekend, I think she did Saturday, Sunday. I think Saturday night, or I don't know, her last 2 games. Yesterday, I think she was 1 for 9 in 3-point land with I don't know how many turnovers, and then the night before she was 0 for 10 in 3-point land. She's just been choking. I don't know if she's talked to a sports therapist or what, but she's got to get that gremlin out of her body immediately. Something's going down.
I was watching the College World Series.
LSU?
LSU beat Coastal Carolina. Coastal Carolina, and they actually are pretty good in football too, aren't they?
Yeah, for being a smaller school.
Where are they located?
South Carolina.
I know, but where, near Charleston?
Somewhere on the coast.
I think by Myrtle Beach. I think
somewhere on the coast, right, Dad?
That's what I think. Myrtle Beach,
All
good
right.
call.
So I know
Outer
that
Banks.
I know that I am the only one that really hates on this kid and is
my favorite fat kid
and publicly critical of this kid, just because I really think that if you're going to be some type of viral sensation, or you're going to be a kid that everybody flocks to or something, you got to have some type of special attribute or talent, or you can sing, or you can dance, or you can
juggle,
or you're athletic, or something like that. And scratching your chin, I don't know if it shows I think it shows how pathetic we are, and that we will accept that as an attribute that will make you famous. And this kid's now famous for being fat and scratching. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but what else does he do besides be fat and scratch his chin?
Dude, we made the Kardashians billionaires because they have big asses and are pretty.
I'll take that, Dan, any day over this.
That makes sense, Dan.
I'll take a big ass and they're pretty any day and twice on Sunday over some little sawed-off 9-year-old who thinks he's all that, and all he does is scratch his chin and act like, he's
I don't know why society all has to be idiots just because this kid, for some reason, cut through.
I just don't know.
You can't pay money. There's nothing you can do to get a guy in the forefront like this. It just happens. It's the internet. Thank Al Gore.
Of course. The guy who invented it, right?
That's right. Yeah, it's his fault, man. Don't blame society.
Just ask Al Gore if he invented it. He'd tell you will.
Blame the internet.
Yeah, he invented the internet.
So that's him with Joe Burrow at Fanatics Fest this weekend in New York. It was a massive deal. Every single athlete from every genre was there, but it looks like the Rizzler got paid to appear there.
You're kidding me.
So they don't pay the athletes; they just pay the Rizzler.
No, they pay the athletes too. But I'm just saying. So the Rizzler was an attraction at Fanatics.
I don't know if he was like doing an autograph line, but he was going around buying cards. You know, they'll give these guys money to do all that kind of stuff. Like Wembanyama did it, Tom Brady did it. A lot of guys go around
Just to
buy cards. Like it's a big thing. So
don't they have this like at the convention center, or like this isn't a small venue? Like this is a very big deal.
Oh, there was 250,000 people that showed up this weekend.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? You know, like this is, this is like Madison Square Garden, New York Convention Center type stuff.
Yeah, this was like, Tom Brady, LeBron James.
Now, does Tom Brady, LeBron James, do they have their own booths?
No, like Tom Brady does a lot of, like Tom Brady and Eli Manning did a bit. They have, because they were with WWE, so they had this whole thing set up where you could do an entrance from a wrestler.
Oh, okay.
So Tom Brady comes out to Cody Rhodes music, and then Eli Manning does a run in and like jumps on him from behind and all that stuff. So it's a lot like James Harden dressed up as Hulk Hogan and came out. So it was just a lot of different.
Can you find some of this stuff for me?
There's a lot of different things that they did, but it's every single athlete, wrestler.
Now,
Kevin Hart was there recording his podcast.
Is this an annual thing that they only do once a year?
Yeah, it just started.
Is it called Fanatic
Fest? Just when Michael Rubin took over Fanatics and all that. So
it looks like the Rizzler was signing some autographs of his little AEW character.
Now, is he a wrestler now?
He's made appearances at AEW a couple times.
Which is what that Jacksonville based.
Yeah. Tony Khan.
Now, did anybody see where it seems like the reports are strengthening that that TKO might indeed really have WWE up for sale? I keep seeing that.
I haven't seen it.
And I'm thinking I would think that the WWE is really profitable. Because they sell out. First of all, I don't know what their TV deal is, but I know they cut an unbelievable deal with Netflix. And then they got, obviously, Seth, what network covers them outside of, I know they have
Peacock.
So Peacock is their free coverage for their
premium events.
Okay. But don't they have a Raw and a Nitro? Or a Raw and a SmackDown?
Yeah, Raw's Netflix. And then
Monday Night Raw's on Netflix.
Yeah.
And then Thursday, was that their Thunder or their?
I believe Friday
SmackDown.
Friday SmackDown.
I sent you an article. It looks like they shot it down.
Oh, they did?
Yes. That they're not going to be selling.
Now, do you guys notice this? Speaking about wrestling, yeah, somebody needs to get a hold of Vince and say, Vince, the French, the mustache Vince just doesn't.
It's to distract you from all of the horrible crimes he committed.
All
on
the
this
whores
woman.
he touched.
Yeah, you can't stop staring at the mustache.
TKO shuts down rumors of WWE sale amidst Vince McMahon's speculation. Yeah, Vince McMahon's what, over 80 or approaching 80?
Yeah, he's not getting his hands on this again.
He just needs to retire and be done with it. So let me say this: as much I've taken a lot of heat. If you go to our Facebook or you go to our X, or you go to our Instagram, or you go to any one of our platforms, all of which are at the Bubba Army, from YouTube to Facebook to wherever. We obviously have had a lot of people put their eyeballs on us this past week with regards to the Hulk Hogan information that I have received from some really, really, really good sources. Now, in the midst of what I've said, don't you think that it's, if you're Hogan and it's not correct, then it's so easily defendable. You come out and say that Bubba the Love Sponge is a piece of shiz, and he has no business in saying that, and it's not true. It's not true. I made two predictions from inside information that I got last week. The first of which I think was on Wednesday, and that was that, family had been called for them to come and see him because he wasn't doing so well. And it was a heart issue, and he was having heart issues. That, Lummy, was our very first splash into the, behind the scenes, what's really happening to Hulk Hogan game.
Yes.
They then came out within minutes of us saying that he was having complications from a neck back procedure. Eric Bischoff went on to even say that it was a cervical issue and that he was due home later that night. Well, that didn't happen. And then Us Magazine and People and a bunch of others later that day sniffed out, in fact, that he did have complications from a heart procedure. So we were right on that one. Nobody gave us credit. So then I said, the next day, Lummy, from my inside sources, that he at one time, I didn't know that he necessarily is now, but at one time was on a ventilator. Now, I wish I would have been able to make that announcement on a Monday or Tuesday when Dr. Dan's in here, but Dan was already gone. I think this was on a Thursday, and that he was on a vent. And, that, by all accounts, every time Dan's talked about a ventilator usually isn't good.
Nope.
Now, there is a survival rate on there.
Mm-hmm.
And,
it depends why you're on it.
Yeah, it depends on why you're on it. And they can put you on it, and it's not a dire situation. It's just to kind of help you along a little bit, and they can put you on because it's a dire situation. Now, obviously, it's looking like the Hogan being on a ventilator wasn't under a dire situation, but he was on one. In my opinion, from what I've been told, rumor on the streets, allegedly, he was on a ventilator. Now, before I go into words, Lummy,
yes,
if a radio, if you're not your favorite, but if a content provider, a YouTuber, a syndicated radio host, whatever I am, has made those two major allegations, don't you think that you come out immediately and debunk that? And do you notice, Lummy, that the Hogan camp, other than lying when I first came out that he was having a heart issue, other than them coming out immediately following what I said and said, no, it's not a heart issue, it's a back and neck deal. Well, and then, hundreds of other sources. I think it started with Us Magazine.
That was the first one I saw.
That came and really did find out that it was a heart issue.
Yeah, they said they had a source that called and said it was a heart issue.
And then, Lummy, I played that one guy, that former Scientologist that had talked to the woman's husband, who had put the valve into Hogan's heart. So doesn't it kind of, and I know I'm not trying to get people to like me from hating me, but do you notice that not 1 ounce has came out of the Hogan camp? And this now we're going on what Wednesday would be a week, right?
Yes.
Wednesday would be a week, and nothing.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
You mentioned valve. He had a valve replacement?
Yeah.
That's what it was?
He had a valve replacement.
That's a big operation.
Let me do me a favor.
Even if it's done, because they can sometimes do it through your groin.
I think we made a short of it.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Find it for me. I'm gonna play it for Dan on the way back.
But if they have to like open his chest to replace the valve because maybe they tried to start it through the groin and then had to open the chest,
would that validate
put him in the vent?
Yeah.
They'll put you on the vent for a couple of days.
But do you notice, Lummy, I've made these, in their opinion and in all the Hogan fan opinions and all the Bubba's a piece of shiz opinion, and yeah, that's right, you might go ahead and try to bury your friend because you let him blast your wife and you're a cuck and all the things that people are saying. If it wasn't true, don't you think the Hogan camp would have come out and said, no, he wasn't on a vent? I think, Lummy, they've been told to sit down and shut up after we debunked their, it was a neck and back issue when really it was a valve issue. And Dan, it was not only a heart valve situation, but there were complications in that.
Mm-hmm.
And
so, like I said, they may have tried to do it like through the groin and then end up having to open them, and that would be a complication because you weren't expecting to, and now he had open heart surgery.
And then the other the caveat I want to tell you, Dan, before I go into words, and then let you give me that short, is from my information, from my inside sources, one of the major problems as to why they potentially put him on a vent was he couldn't expel his carbon dioxide.
He couldn't blow off the carbon dioxide. He wasn't ventilating.
He wasn't expelling. What do you expel? Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide, and so
he wasn't able. His body was having a hard time getting that out, and that was
it was making him acidotic.
Right. So
what happens is, Bubba, oxygenation doesn't depend on how quickly you breathe. If you just breathe good old oxygen and you have normal lungs, you'll maintain 100% saturation. But if you're not moving air, if you're not taking the deep breaths, then you build up CO2, which builds up acid, which creates a arrhythmia.
So, Lummy, you got that short?
I'll send it to you.
I'll play it for Dan next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You sent me this, right?
Yes, I'm getting the short, but I don't know if we talked to have the heart valve in there, but that's the full 8-minute.
Oh, I just gotta find where the guy talks. Remember, I
got that one.
Well, okay, should I get rid of this one?
Yeah, get rid of that one.
Okay.
So Chris Meyer.
And then find me the short where the guy talks.
I sent it to you now.
Thank you.
Short with the guy talking.
Thank you very much.
Ginzer. Bob Cook, Social FTP.
Bobby Cook.
Neil Montplaisir, Art.
Oh, thank you, Scotty.
Jeff Gerson.
We 76, 42 months.
Nicole Bill. Bob Cook. Ryan Gallo. Step CC. Warren.
A little distracted there, Scotty.
My husband put in a new heart valve in Hulk Hogan.
Nobody's reporting that there was a new heart valve put in and there were complications to a point where they had to bring a special team in. He didn't
My husband put in a...
See, they'll get cardiologists trying to drop a valve through a groin, then they get in trouble if they call him the fucking big boy heart surgeon.
Well, get ahead of yourself, Lover. I need all that on the air.
CC, your son played basketball at Houston. It's crazy.
What's up, K-Rod?
Thank you, Jim. Joseph Mark. This third. Felix. Fuck you.
Good morning, retarded.
I like that one too.
Your favorite?
Glowbug, Beach Metal Detective, Icon Clay Police, Chris, Yinzer again, both sons. TNT.
Hey, Lummy, you got a jerky delivery.
All right, it's all for all of us. It's a listener that makes jerky.
I love venison jerky. I love venison jerky.
Oh, do you?
Ew.
An Alabama guy.
I can't get enough jerky.
Is it venison?
Right.
Oh,
I don't know.
He didn't have a fucking clue.
I've never had jerky in my life.
I say you don't eat meat, right?
Yeah, I've never had a meat stick.
Oh. You've never had a good meat stick before?
Are you getting sexual on me? This is so unlike you.
You saw the video I sent already on the cafes.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're in a big pervert today.
That's right. Where is this? Where's this package right here?
Oh, it was outside. Oh, I didn't bring it. It was outside. I fucked up. I should have brought the venison in. $6:38. This day's flying by.
No orders after birth. That's what.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
PayPal, Venmo, or Cash App. If you'd like to support the show, I don't know, 5, 10, 15, 20 bucks, it doesn't matter. It's all at the Bubba Army. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App at the Bubba Army, or you can go straight to BubbaArmyTips.com. Or you can go to our, our merchandise site, Bubba Army Merch, Bubba Army Shop, or BubbaArmyStore.com. The new backpacks, the reordering of the backpacks, they're up. The soft-sided lunch cooler is up. And Lummy, I got news, but I think tomorrow the Fat Man Dunk 3s arrive.
All right.
So everybody that bought the third shoe in my ongoing shoe series and the Fat Man Dunks 3, the all black with the red Fat Man guy dunking a donut on the side, they'll start shipping tomorrow. So appreciate everybody.
I'm excited.
So Dan, here's a guy that used to be a Scientologist, okay? His name's Aaron. And, I eventually want to have this guy on the air. I really do. But I think he brings a lot of heat.
Yeah, he was out this past weekend outside the Scientology protesting.
Yeah. He brings a lot of heat, and I want to get my documentary and some stuff out before I get killed by the Scientologists. So,
Do they kill you, or they just kind of make you disappear?
Oh, well, Dan, what's the difference?
Well,
I mean,
do you want to experience that?
What's
you
the
become a
difference?
slave buried in the bowels of some building in Clearwater?
Yeah, that means I won't be on the air spewing my nonsense. So this guy grew up as a Scientologist. In fact, he says often, I grew up in a cult. And he now is a huge advocate against Scientology and getting, the word of how kooky and nuts the Scientologists are. Supposedly, this woman named, I think, Barbara, texted him the fact that her husband, now he was contemplating or, arguing or at least bringing up, would this be a HIPAA violation?
Her husband telling her about it is the HIPAA violation.
Yeah, but
her saying it out loud isn't the HIPAA violation because she's not a healthcare professional. HIPAA only applies to doctors.
Okay. I know you don't like me very much, but I wanted to tell you that my husband put in a new heart valve in Hulk Hogan today. I guess he had spine surgery the last few weeks and had some issues. There was an issue due to his history and how large of a man and his heart needed, and I guess the
valve was the wrong size.
Well, here's the thing.
He got big. Everything's big. You ever see the size of his head?
Well,
how do you think his heart valve is?
Well, here's what I'm saying. When I talked to Larry Bird years ago, I've told this story many a times. People that are over 6'6", 6'7", your body grows, but your heart doesn't grow proportional to your body. Your heart's a little bigger, but not as big as it needs to be to support that. The average, you weren't here, Dan. We found this out on Monday. I'm sorry, on Friday when you weren't here. But the average, male is 5'9", 190. So I'm thinking that the average heart is equipped to a pump, to work for that size of person. So when you are, 6'3", 6'4", that's not really that much of a difference with regards to your heart. Your heart can probably, take that little, and maybe it grew a little bit. But when you get up to be 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", 7 foot, 7'2", I don't think your heart grew proportionally larger than what your body did. Your body grew 10 inches more than the average human being. I don't think that your heart grew, equivalent to what 10 inches would be. Am I right, Dan? Is that why big guys have heart issues sometimes? Because their hearts just aren't equipped to circulate that much blood in that much extra skin or skeleton?
It's not that the heart's not able to push the blood. The problem is if the heart is physically too large, it doesn't work right because of the way the conduction works. It's a wave and has to make itself, the wave of electrical discharge has to kind of travel through the wall of the heart and just kind of like a ripple in the water. And if it takes too long for it to make it all the way around, then the arrhythmias start. So that's where they have problems, because the physical size of the heart doesn't work well with the way the conduction works.
So we played this, Lummy, on Friday.
Yes.
Kind of backing up the fact that Hogan is not having complications from a back or neck procedure. Hogan is having complications from a heart valve, which was validated by a woman named Barbara, whose husband is the one that put this supposed valve in and had communicated that to this guy, Aaron, and we played Aaron's podcast to validate us in saying it's a heart issue.
Husband put in a new heart valve in Hulk Hogan today.
Nobody's reporting that there was a new heart valve. This is a Gary Cantrell short that he distributed all over, and I think this did very well.
Yes, it did.
I'll put in, and there were complications to a point where they had to bring a special team in. He didn't retire quietly with his $50 million. He is traveling extensively because he's so narcissistic that he can't just retire and be Hulk Hogan. He has to have a merchandise shops. He has to have a beer. He has to have a wrestling federation. He has to have a nightclub / sports bar in New York City. He's the furthest thing from retired. And so you can't say what really happened because you got tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of hedge fund or people's private equity money involved into your brand. And if you die, what does that do to these various franchises that you've started? So your people are instructed to just stick to the script, neck, back surgery.
My husband.
Makes sense, Dan?
Oh, yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, that's why, nobody freaks out. The guy that's got, $15 million invested into his beer company doesn't freak out over him having complications on his neck and his back. What's the worst thing that can happen there? You're going to be on a wheelchair? But a guy that's got $10, $15, $20 million invested in Hogan's beer freaks out when he's having heart valve issues. And, that's why, if what we were saying was wrong and was alarming and, was potentially making people feel uneasy, you don't think they would have got a hold of me? You don't think they can make one phone? They know who all... First of all, Lummy, I'm represented by Kevin Hazlett, who also represents Hogan.
Check.
He knows the Diacos and knows that I'm represented by them. Check. He knows Tom Bean, Regina, and Babyface.
Check.
Regina did his his Jennifer prenup. He could shut my theories down with one phone call.
We didn't have a problem doing that when we did the investigation.
When Lummy did the Lummy Investigates and went down to the surf shop and said, "Hey, Ronnie, who runs the place, Bubba just wants to tell Hogan he's sorry." we got legally you got trespassed.
Yeah.
So
go back.
Dan, if I'm making, listen, and Dan, that's medically, a cervical / neck back issue is miles away from a heart valve replacement with a possible complication, and you're on a vent.
That's scary.
That's
scary.
That's a big difference. So if I'm spewing the doomsday, if I'm spreading the doomsday prognosis on what's going on with you, you're quick to shut that down, saying, tell Bubba, listen, one of my attorneys, because he's got enough of them, send Bubba a cease and desist and tell him to take all that stuff down and stop it. Hey, we haven't heard, and not only have we not heard, but Seth, from your perusings around, X and all the places you go to, and all the places you go to, I've not seen his people comment any further other than when my first day last Wednesday, and they were, kind of called out by Us Magazine and what have you as being liars. They've not said a word for a week.
X or Twitter turned off. You can't comment on any of his posts, and on Instagram he hasn't posted in a week.
Yeah, so
he was posting every day before that.
Yeah, so
turning off responses on Twitter is a big deal.
Yeah,
it is
bitch move, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's
and
it just happened a couple days ago.
And Seth, that's usually when you're getting some flack back on something that might be, true or whatever, and you just want to turn it off.
Yeah, if you're like, hey, Trump can suck it, I'm like, I don't want to see any of these replies because I know it's going to get hot, so I just go and I lock the reply. So
if you're Trump.
Yeah, then I'm good all day.
Hi, who's this? So listen. All right, okay, good. Thank you. Let me thank you.
Yep, no problem.
That's all he's getting.
Yeah,
But Dan,
he
I'd like for you to be witness that Charlie tried to call in. I like for you to witness that.
Right.
Because he's not supposed to be calling me. And he's not supposed to be calling you, and he's not supposed to be calling the law office. So, Charlie, I don't know why you think you are above the deal that you cut with Steve, and you're supposed to leave us alone. Like, I don't understand. And Dan, you're here, and I think you guys. I think it's time to do something because I don't think he's gonna uphold his end of the deal.
Well, it's just flies. Just brush them off your shoulders.
Okay.
We can't swat him.
I'll tell you that next time he lays down 4 messages at Diaco Law. I'll just tell you it's flies.
He's attacking me. He's not attacking you right now. I'm dealing with it. I mean, I'm saying it. I'm just treating it as flies.
If had I let him speak, he would have attacked me. Right. And he's been told not to call. Just go away. Just go away. If you just go away, Charlie, you can call me all you want, and I mean, I'll just hang up on you. But the messages that you
Bubba, he's not going away. We're all he's got.
But the messages that you left, a business was, we all heard him. I played it. It was disturbing. Disturbing, cocky, arrogant.
I would like this guy's life to be disturbed a little bit.
Who?
Bitch who keeps calling.
Charlie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
the thing about it is he didn't have a life, though. He didn't have a business. He didn't have a job. He didn't have anything that he owns.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why he's never going away.
He sits there with his wiener in his hand and tries to, be disruptive. Here we go. Kevin Durant traded to the Houston Rockets. He was on stage at Fanatics Fest. Now, Seth, did this happen unbeknownst to him?
No.
Or he knew, right?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, Twitter doesn't know before Kevin Durant knows he's going to Houston.
And do you think when they were parading his services around, didn't he have it down to it was Miami or Houston? I think that him and his agent were working with the Suns on where he wanted to go.
Yeah, those were the 2 finalists.
Right.
You're headed to Houston. How does that sound? You're headed to Houston. How does that sound?
We're going to see, man. We're going to see.
We'll see what happens, but I am excited. Great young core, great coach. I think PG would be a great fit there. A lot going on right now.
I'm not a big NBA guy. How good is he?
Good enough to push Houston over the top.
Is he a powered forward or a center?
There's not really any positions anymore.
There really is not. There really is not any positions anymore, is there?
I don't think so. I mean, he's a point forward, dude. He's an anomaly. He's a 7-foot guy that can shoot with was one of the best shooters. Well, not Steph Curry, but one of the best scorers of all time.
He played with Steph one year, won a couple championships, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
Again,
I'm sorry, just to finish this topic, is Miami close enough that where a Kevin Durant type player would make them a contender?
The East is always pretty wide open. So if Miami got him with the way that they kind of run their team and the culture that they have, I think that they'd be in the mix. I wouldn't say they're as good as Houston with Durant, but they would definitely. It would be worth it for them to grab him.
Where's James Harden at right now?
Clippers.
Dressed up like Hulk Hogan at the Fanatic Fest.
No, but what team?
Clippers.
He's been everywhere. Had he a 76er, Rocket, Atlanta? He's been everywhere, hasn't he?
He's been on a few teams, yeah.
Like I said, man, I used to be more of a daredevil than I am nowadays. Like I would never in today's, when I was young, I jumped my fat ass out of a airplane at 12,500 feet and completely hemorrhaged all my inside of my legs. And lucky I didn't die. But there's something that they'll never, and I'll fly. I'm not afraid of airplanes. I'm not afraid of even private planes. I'm not even afraid of smaller like Cessna 172s. I'm not afraid of any of that stuff.
But you're afraid of parachuting.
I'm never going to parachute again. No, never. Would you parachute?
I always wanted to. I think at this point it's probably stupid, but I've always wanted to.
So I did, and you saw the complications I have.
Well,
but
which makes it less attractive to me.
Well, you wouldn't have the complications because the harness would fit correctly for you. You're not a.
I'd float.
The harness is made for a man like you to be in shape. It wasn't made for a fat ass like me. And
maybe you should really encourage the Rippler to parachute.
Oh, I will.
The Rizzler?
I'm not going to say anything about the Rizzler because I can't say anything. I can't say anything nice about him. So at that point, it looks like I'm picking on a kid. If the Rizzler was 19 years old and pulling this nonsense, I think I could be more critical of him. But at this point, it looks like I'm just somewhat jealous of a kid. But it is to me. I just cannot wrap my head around. We see so many kids that have so many special attributes and can they're very athletic or they can do something that's pretty awesome.
But no one wants to see Raj, the spelling bee champion.
Yeah, but I still have appreciation for Raj and the fact that he's that smart and that he worked that he had to work that hard to be able to memorize and know how to spell. Whereas, what did the Rizzler have to do besides be fat and rub his chin? I mean, listen, you can make fun of little Raj all you want, but he's very, spent, tens of thousands of hours memorizing on how to spell words and is intellectually smart. And, he's
wasn't allowed to go outside and play and had to just remember words his whole life as a child.
But he did something, up and beyond. It took time and effort.
Mm-hmm.
What type of time and effort does the fat-ass Rizzler have to do besides be fat and rub his chin?
Bubba, what's great about all this is that you're going to be pissed off about him for 10 years.
I hope that we...
They're just going to be a Rizzler in 10 years. Absolutely.
I hope it's a fad. I hope it's a fad.
Until he comes out with his own coin and gets in trouble, he's going to be around.
I think Sirius might sign him.
So mean.
Here's what I don't understand about Sirius. I was talking to somebody and they're saying that they don't think Howard's going to return and that Sirius is in a lot of trouble right now because they've gone all in with podcasting. They gave the Caller Daddy podcast over $100 million. They gave two other podcasts. They gave the Conan O'Brien podcast and his intellectual property $100 million. They gave the Smartless, Jason Bateman and various that they gave that. They got about $400 million and 3 different podcasts. And here's what I understand is that they're going all in. And by the way, their Pandora can't even come close to competing with Spotify. And so
Pandora is based out of Sirius?
Yeah, Sirius owns Pandora.
I did not know that.
And so, but not doing well.
But it's not cool. All the chicks have Spotify.
Right. Well, everybody's got Spotify. And so Howard leaves. They have addressed the fact that they need to get talent that, is the people that are traveling in their vehicles. And what Sirius XM was built upon radio talent and people in their cars. And for them to try to switch gears and go to podcasting, are they going to put this podcasting on in lieu of Howard and think that, guys that are driving, trucks up and down, the Howard Stern world, my world, the Bubba Army. That's right. That's how, the majority of people that live outside of Tampa.
The lawn dogs.
Yeah, the real men out there. Howard's original people that he was attracted to when he was syndicated on 31 CBS radio stations. Those people that built Sirius. And then when they merged with XM, those people, I don't necessarily want to think that they want to hear a female-based podcast that talks about, how I don't know. I don't know, man.
Well, I mean, she's not doing a 4-hour show. I don't know how you go from doing a podcast, to doing 20 hours a week of live content.
I mean, they're hurting, and they fired everybody. I think they fired Jim Norton. I think they fired Ron and Fez. I think they fired. I don't know if they fired Shade from Eminem.
You mean Sway?
Sway, yeah. I don't know if they fired him. But I mean, they don't have a lot of they don't have a lot of personalities left. They're going all in on this podcasting, and I still think fundamentally on satellite radio, people want to hear kind of like what we do or what Howard did. I don't know. But anyway, back to my original statement. It is one of the things that I'll never do. Yes, I did the skydiving thing, and it almost killed me. I'm not afraid to get on a private plane. I used to own one with the Diacos. But there's no amount of money you could give me for me to get on an air balloon, one of those hot air balloons.
Oh God!
Yet another fatality. This is in Brazil.
Hot air balloon? Yes. You have a problem with?
Yeah, you're trying to tell me you get in a hot air balloon with just a wicker basket.
With a wicker basket, yeah.
Yeah, they do it every Saturday.
Here we go.
Wasn't there like 20 people in this one?
Yeah,
so Dan, listen, we're going to find out. I think they do.
It's a big wicker.
They do a hot air balloon around this area.
Yeah, in Lutz, up in Lutz.
Every Saturday or Sunday. Get your ass up there, Dan.
Okay.
Meu Deus do céu.
Well,
yeah. So.
Jesus Cristo.
Good luck, Dr. Dan.
Oh, it's going down fast. There's no parachute.
Don't think that's survivable.
No. Going down in a flaming ball.
What was there? 20 people?
I think so.
Meu Deus do céu.
21, yeah. Yeah, happening in Brazil. Hot air balloon carrying 21 people. And this is unsurvivable.
Well, yeah, they burned the cables from the basket to the balloon.
Here's the deal. Did they die
on
burned
impact?
Up? Did they die burned? Or did they die on impact?
They died on impact.
There was 21 people.
They died on impact, Bubba. The burn wouldn't kill you that fast. Oh, my God.
8 died and 13 people survived, it says.
For real?
Yeah.
How do you survive that?
Land on somebody.
As a shield. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess
once that guy survived that plane crash, I don't ask any questions anymore.
Yeah, you're right. How about that dude? And Seth, he was walking the streets. They had to.
They had to get him and take him to the hospital.
They had to walk him to the hospital. When I get back, man, I wanted to get to this on Friday, so I'm going to clear it out today. Tucker was talking to some dude, and they were out shooting or out hunting or something. And Tucker's not a big conspiracy guy with regards to aliens and UFOs and spirits. And things like that. Tucker's a pretty much, guy's guy. He likes to fly fish. He likes to hunt. He's very intellectual.
Likes to make Ted Cruz look dumb during interviews.
Oh, he did too. He did. Hey, Ted, you're really concerned about your Iran, but can you tell me how many people live in Iran? No, I can't. I mean, he just greased Ted. So anyway, but Tucker said that he got attacked by a demon that mauled his body while he was sleeping, and he still has the floor. He still has 4 like claw marks on the side of his ribs. Now Tucker's not like. Listen, you'd expect that from an Alex Jones, right? You'd expect that from some of these, over the top, somewhat embellishers. You wouldn't expect. I mean, Tucker is. He's like like his sources are solid.
Well, he's got a demon source, Bubba.
I know, and do you think that? I mean,
what people say when they wake up after a white party? They just play with all the demons.
Oh, you're talking about a Diddy party?
Yeah.
You think you're saying Tucker was at a freak off and some guy had some Edward Scissorhand gimmicks?
Maybe.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
Navigate through it. You can buy everything from erythromycin to hydroxychloroquine to ivermectin to anything. They got.
Okay. I have a question though.
What?
Did you send him your prescription?
No, you don't.
You don't need a prescription?
No. So should maybe you not participate?
Yeah.
Okay. You just be quiet then.
I'll be silent. I didn't understand. I thought it was just like if you had a prescription and the pharmacy wouldn't fill it, they'll fill it.
No, this is from India.
Oh. I love that they're doing it and giving people a chance to get those medicines.
Yeah.
There's some heat on Rumble over the whole Israel thing, Iran thing.
What do you mean?
Saying all kinds of crazy stuff on Rumble. People get banned for being anti-Semitic and stuff.
If you guys are anti-Semitic, I'm going to ban you. Okay? So just know that.
Well, you got banned.
And the moderators, act accordingly.
Thanks, Good Blips. So would you fly on a blimp?
No, fuck no.
Would you still? A blip?
Yeah.
A blip?
Yeah.
A full-on blip? Not a hell of a balloon. I'm talking about the Goodyear blimp.
The Goodyear blimp.
You wouldn't fly on that?
You just sit in that tiny little compartment underneath the fucking blimp, right? It's like this little small little cockpit.
This will be parasailing.
Yeah. It has a glass all around it. You just sit there. It's like fucking that right above you. It instantly just blow you up.
It's helium. It's not hydrogen.
No, but it has the fuel.
It's not flammable.
No, but I thought it has
Hybrids are not like scary like they were before.
They're changed now?
Yeah, they were hydrogen. Hydrogen's super flammable. Helium's not.
It's not. No, but I'm saying it's not hydrogen
No, there's no fallible shit in there. Just a normal motor with a little bit of gas. The whole balloon's not like a big time bomb.
What's up, Thomas?
Huh?
I didn't know if it was like
Yeah, the reason that was because hydrogen is one-fourth of the molecular weight of helium. It's a lot lighter, and so that's why they fill it with hydrogen at first.
That's why I didn't know that it changed. I thought that's why you didn't see a lot of them.
No, but you don't see a lot of them because they're fucking useless. But yeah, they used to fill the capsules, the space capsules, with 100% oxygen. They stopped that after Apollo 11 because it blowed up and they didn't need that much oxygen. So now they just put 20% oxygen in.
Oh. All 13.
Apollo 13 is the one that make it back. Apollo 11 is the one that blowed up.
Okay.
And that was because they had 100% oxygen in the cockpit. And it was sparking. It fucking just.
That's what I'm still thinking of. The balloon make a little spark.
Well, they hot air it. There's a flame. There's a big blowtorch in there. So I guess if the wind's funny, it's one of the cables on the side, which are probably rope, not just metal.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I got a new client that I'm dealing with, and wow, all I can say is wow. Stuff that you need that you might have to jump through a bunch of hoops to get. Stuff that you'd maybe kind of want to have on just, in your medicine cabinet. Not necessarily that you need to take it today, but like for preventative type stuff. I'm talking about, erythromycin. I'm talking about ivermectin, pain medicine, hydroxychloroquine, and not, having to go to a doctor, sit and wait. Get the prescription, go down to your pharmacist, sit and wait, or maybe have to wait a day or two and then come back. It can all be one-stop shopping with, again, reliablemedicine.com. Go to Reliable Medicines, that's plural, reliablemedicines.com, and I have a promo code, Lumby, Bubba Army 15. Now, they give me two different ones. They give me BTA 15, and then they give me Bubba Army 15 for 15% off.
It's Bubba Army 15.
So it's Bubba Army 15.
Yes.
And again, erythromycin, hydroxychloroquine, you can buy it right here. Right here. And they give you a tracking number, and every order is guaranteed delivery at your doorstep within 7 to 15 days. They offer 24 hours, 24/7 customer service. They focus on 100% of customer satisfaction. They use, again, if you use promo code Bubba Army 15, you get a 15% discount for all your medicines. You can click. We'll put some of this on X and stuff for people to have.
Yes, it will be everywhere.
Some various click-throughs. Here's what the website is. You can also call 219-269. I'm sorry, that's 229-269-8972. 229-269-8972. Use the Bubba Army 15 code and get your 15% off. Here's your, I think what's erythromycin is a Z-Pack. Dan, that's one of your go-tos, is it not?
Yeah, zithromycin is a Z-Pack, yes. It's absolutely a go-to. Doxycycline.
Deoxycycline, hydroxychloroquine, and then here's the big
ivermectin, 0.4 milligrams per kilogram.
Here's the big one, the ivermectin.
I mean, you had to literally pull teeth to get ivermectin over the last few years.
And
we only had one pharmacy that would consistently do it, Davis Islands.
Here in Tampa, there was only one pharmacy, Davis Island Pharmacy, that would fill any type of ivermectin
without a fight.
Without a fight.
Yeah, because they actually read the literature.
but which is this ivermectin is like. Well, didn't it win a Nobel Peace Prize?
Not a Nobel Peace Prize, but won a Nobel Prize.
I'm sorry,
yeah, absolutely. it didn't make peace.
It didn't make peace.
They're working on it though, Bubba.
Yeah, but it won a Nobel Prize, right?
Yes, it did.
It's good for all types of things.
It's one of the most important medications of the last 50 years.
What would you use the cream for compared to the?
Maybe a parasite like ringworm.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. You know, they got they got everything from viral deoxycycline, amoxicillin. They got it all. Anything.
You know what's interesting is Bubba is that when we were doing this when we were really scared of COVID. And by the way, someone from my office got COVID last week, so it's still around.
Is it really still around?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of. It's still around.
I hope you fired him, Dan. I mean, you can't if you're picking it up at this point. Then you
kind of like Married with Children still around. I mean, people, it's out there. It's just not. It's not that common. It's not that popular anymore. But I remember that Romina was having a problem with acne, and then she got on the ivermectin, and her acne went away. And I'm not saying ivermectin cures acne, but it seems to really help your body. And I don't know. I think just because we're in a world with so many parasites, taking a dose or a series of doses of ivermectin once or twice a year is probably not a bad thing, considering we're living in such a filthy world.
And here's the thing. Being proactive and going to reliablemedicines.com using Bubba promo code, again, Bubba Army 15, and having this ready to go so that when you do have a need for it, boom, you got it because you went to reliablemedicine.com and you went and got what you needed.
And having stuff handy is really, really smart. For instance, Jay was in Mexico last week, and
thank God he's back. I just feel like we needed him back.
Yeah, and someone split their head open, and he had a stapler and was able to, they were able to take care of the guy. He didn't have to go 80 miles to some hospital.
Which I know Jay didn't do the stapling.
No, God, no.
Yeah, okay.
No. He's like, I got something for you. Just don't show me. I don't want to see blood.
Dan, what is this medication?
Fenbendazole. It's also an antiparasitic. It's got 1,000 uses.
Okay, so would a guy want to do an anti-parasitic, cleanse of himself?
I personally vouch for that. I think that's probably a great idea. I would probably use the ivermectin because that's one I'm most familiar with.
Right.
And it has literally it's almost impossible to have a side effect from it. Some people get a little bit of a little nausea, but if you take it with food, it doesn't happen.
Right. And what is that? 4 milligrams per kilogram?
0.4 milligrams per kilogram. So a guy that weighs 170 pounds, it's about 30 milligrams. A girl is about 20 milligrams, and a big guy is about 40 milligrams
per
a
day. Per day.
Per day.
For how long?
5 days.
5 days. And then
then you're cleared. Then your body has no parasites in you whatsoever. You are a clean bill of health.
I'm going to Reliable Medicine, and I'm getting unparasited.
Yes, let's do
Dan,
it.
Dan, what could be some symptoms you're having that you could potentially have a parasite or parasites that are being disruptive to your health? What are some stuff you could be having happen to you?
A lot of chronic stuff, chronic rashes, chronic itches, chronic fatigue.
How about really, really, really stinky bowel?
That is sometimes a problem with your gut flora, and so probiotics would probably help that. Sometimes we'll also take a couple things to sort of clean out your colon. There's certain medications that can help with that.
I got really smelly.
Do you take a probiotic?
No.
Well, start taking a probiotic.
All right, cool.
That's your first step. I really believe.
Anyway, reliablemedicines.com. We'll have it up on our Facebook. We'll have it up on our X with a click through and our Bubba promo code. Let me see if we can get that up.
Will do.
And they're our new client, and wow, what a great thing that you don't have to go to your doctor, that you can just go online and buy it. You don't need a prescription. You don't need nothing. It's phenomenal. It really is, and I'm so honored and glad to have him on as a client. And go Bubba Army, go order away. Bubba Army 15 for 15% off. Here is the
Bubba, one more thing for your colon. Maybe we'll put you on a little course of Flagyl too, because that helps reset your colon too.
Yeah,
if you're having problems.
Just have
with
Jen call it
IBD.
in for me.
Okay.
She had to call me in something last week. I always start off with this. I know I'm the last person you want to hear from. That's what I always say. And I didn't want to bother Dan, and I knew at the end of the day it would just get pushed off to you. So could you be so kind in your heart to consider asking Dan if he would prescribe me some Flomax, because I'm not my stream's not too good.
It's just a trickle.
And Dan's got a chart on me with my Flomax situation, and she says, "Yes, I'm familiar with your chart." I go, "Okay, so can you do that for me?" She goes, "I'll look into it." And then she texts me back. She goes, "Your medicine will be ready tomorrow." Oh, I love her.
Yeah, she's great.
She's the best. Naba, nice ass, bad attitude. I think, Dan, I don't think she necessarily likes that, but I think she kind of does like that.
Just like she doesn't really like you, but she just kind of tolerates you.
Well, she only likes me because you like me, and you're the boss at the end of the day. So I think, whatever. You know what? Here's the thing. I think she likes me because the people around me she likes a lot. Like, she likes the Merch Crick, and she loves Tara. So I think that gets me in, if that makes any sense at all.
Yes, they help justify you.
Yeah.
The presence of
So this is Tucker, and you would never think that Tucker would come up with some type of this type of scenario.
Very isolated in the forest with some country guy surrounded by weeds.
Like Seth, I want to almost, is like this real? Like, have this been validated?
Dun, 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 dun,
It could be AI, Bubba.
No, I mean their story came out. It came out in November 1st.
Okay, so it's been validated.
Yes.
The presence of evil is kickstarting people to wonder about the good.
That's what happened to me.
That's what happened to you?
Oh yeah, I had a direct experience with it.
In the milieu of journalism, or just
in my bed at night, and I got attacked while I was asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled.
4 dogs in your bed?
Wait, did the dogs maul him, or did his wife get scratchy?
No, I think
it's the demon.
It's demon.
The demon?
Here we go.
And I got
Is he
attacked
talking to
while
Aaron
I was
Rodgers?
asleep with my wife and 4 dogs in the bed and mauled. Physically mauled.
In a spiritual attack by a demon?
Yeah, by a demon. Or by something unseen that left.
Is that right?
Claw marks on my sides, on my...
So it left physical marks?
Oh, they're still there. Yeah. 1.5 years ago.
Was your wife terrified? I know you were.
I wasn't. I was totally confused. I woke up and I couldn't breathe, and I thought I was going to suffocate, and I walked around outside, and then I walked in, and my wife and dogs had not woken up, and they're very light sleepers. And then I had these terrible pains on my rib cage.
Again, this is Tucker Carlson talking to this dude.
My shoulder, and I was just in my boxer shorts, and I went and flipped on the light in the bathroom, and I had 4 claw marks on either side underneath my arms and on my left shoulder. And they're bleeding.
Wait, they were bleeding?
They're bleeding, yeah. No, they're actual claw marks. And I sleep on my side, so I wasn't clawing myself. I don't have long nails. And they didn't fit my hands anyway. But yeah, that happened. So I'm not from a world where things like that happen. I never heard of anything like that happening before. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was spiritual immediately.
You did? Okay, that was going to be my question.
Yeah.
Here's what I don't understand. Like, what could it be? I mean, when you say spiritual, like...
Well, do we have pictures of these claw marks?
No.
Okay, no pictures?
No pictures.
No pictures. Just this crazy story.
But hold on.
The claw marks are still there?
Hold on. A crazy story from a guy that is,
usually not crazy.
Very, very newsworthy, a very accomplished journalist, very, travels in the highest circles of intel. I did see, Lummy, I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe it's another false deal. You never know what's true or not. That Tucker called Trump and apologized on being critical of him and his stance on the war of Russia/Ukraine. Did you see that too?
Yeah, Trump said that he got a call from Tucker and got an apology.
Did that happen? I don't think that those two needs to be at odds, and hasn't Trump and Elon also somewhat kind of buried the hatchet?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like a lot of news sources are saying that Tucker called him to apologize.
Yeah, like I don't know, like
he said it. Trump said it, I think, last week.
Yeah, Thursday.
Yeah,
about Tucker.
That Tucker called him. Yeah,
yeah. I can't really sit here and keep going on and on because I just can't wrap my head around being in bed and something spiritually a beast, clawing me with 4 big claw marks down the side of my chest or belly.
You haven't ever talked to a friend or anybody that you trust that's told you that they've had interactions with ghosts or things from the other side?
No, I never have. Have you?
Yeah, I believe it for sure. I believe that there's ghosts.
Yeah, but wait, do you believe that there's ghosts that are doing physical damage on humans while they're sleeping? Do you think that's happening?
I do. Yeah, I do. I do. Just from people that I've known over the years, and one of them was this book that I read about the Vinoy Hotel in St. Pete, where all the visiting baseball teams would stay when they would come in to play the Rays. And there's a story it's a book for a bunch of stories from a bunch of different baseball players that were staying there that had interactions. And one of the baseball players said that he woke up and there was a ghost that was like sitting over him, choking, wearing a top hat. And that image has disturbed me for my entire life. So I do believe. I don't think all ghosts will cross over and put their hands on people, but I think there are some.
I think there's a hotel in Milwaukee that's also supposedly haunted, where everybody that's playing the Brewers stay, and it's actually to a point where a few of the veterans of these ball clubs that come in and play the Brewers every year won't stay. I think it's maybe the Pfizer. I don't know, because I lived in Milwaukee for a year back in 1991. I lived there for a year, and it was the ongoing, local scuttlebutt. And you could probably Google it, but there are some pretty well-known. I think maybe Barry Bonds might have been one of them back in the day, but there were over the years. This is where all the teams stay when they play the Brewers. It's closest to the stadium. It's prestigious. It's downtown. It's antique-y. It's really
Pfister Hotel.
I said, the Pfister.
Okay, I'm just
the
trying to make
Pfizer
sure.
or the Pfister. I would Google haunted Milwaukee hotel that Major League Baseball players won't stay at.
Pfister.
And so there's one of those in Milwaukee, supposedly, Seth, and there's well-known athletes that won't stay there. So is the Vinoy, I think the Vinoy is kind of the host hotel, or always has been, for visiting teams. And you said that there's, a handful of guys that have written their experiences about having some type of extra terrestrial / ghost situation at the Vinoy.
Oh yeah.
Well, the Vinoy's an old hotel, and so it's when we were kids, it was known to be haunted. And like I said, I still have stuff that happens in my carriage house all the time, but nothing's come out and touched me.
But you believe?
I mean,
you believe there's something?
Yeah,
there's a ghost? Do you think there's ghosts?
There could be.
Well, I mean,
I can't tell you no. I can't prove no. I can't prove there's no God or there is a God.
Well, hold on.
It's one of those things you just can't prove.
Yeah, but here's the deal. Your house is over 100 years old.
Right.
And your third floor of your home. Now, there's two parts of your home: the main home, and then the carriage house. The carriage house is a little 2-bedroom apartment that sits above the 3-car garage, which is reset out back behind your pool. So, correct? Am I describing it correctly?
Yeah.
Right. And then there's a paver walkway that walks from the carriage house through the pool area and then to the back door of the home. If you're in the carriage house, then there's this, and off the kitchen, you can open up these double doors, and there's a flat that you can stand on that kind of doubles as kind of an outdoor patio area.
Yes,
that's where I almost died.
Right.
I wish I would have. I wish I would at least fell off and got into the bushes. Could have got a little bit of that umbrella. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Steve would have swooped right on in, had the paperwork for me to sign, and with a nice little check for me,
Yeah.
And then maybe I would have broke my arm or something, and you had
Well,
to.
you could have died.
No, I want to go. I want to.
Yeah, it's a bad angle, Bubba. You would have rotated. You might have just hit your head and been, Bubba no more.
Beep, bam, bam, bam.
Can you imagine? What if you were just Bubba? What if you seriously? All kidding aside, what if you did have an injury?
Hold on, but we have to talk about.
If you're paralyzed, would you still do the show?
I still got to talk to everybody. I was at Dan's carriage house, and we're out back, and this railing has been repaired, but not correctly. It's broken before, and somebody just kind of pieced it together. Well, I'm leaning against this railing, and it breaks. And by some natural grace of Fred Flintstone twinkle-toeness, I did not fall. But
you grabbed something that didn't break. You were lucky because if you had grabbed the other direction, you'd have kept going.
Yeah. So
are you saying the ghost saved you?
That's what Dan says. Now, Dan, you can get into your parallelization, whereas when I continue the show.
Yeah. So if you had rotated, if you had fallen, you would have rotated and hit in your head or your neck, and so paralyzed Bubba Quad, would you still do the radio?
Yeah, I think.
Did you have someone else hit the buttons for you?
You're saying I can't even move my little flipper arms?
No, you're just ahead. You're just one step
am I
better
Bubba
than
talking head?
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, I probably just because I'm so bored.
That's a great question. If you're paralyzed, would you still do the show?
If you're paralyzed from the neck on down, would you do the show? And my answer is yes, because at that point, there's not a lot of things you can do.
Unless we could latch on big with a handicapped community that wanted to start funneling us money because they felt bad for Bubba, I'd have to leave Bubba.
Really?
Yeah.
You wouldn't let him do a little Steve Hawkins kind of presentation?
No, I'd have to leave in the middle of the night. Or he couldn't chase after me.
He'd have a really fast wheelchair, dude.
I mean,
he'd have a slow one. He'd have the fastest electric wheelchair known to man.
No, it'd be slow if you put as much weight on it. I might lose weight though.
He'd have the Get Fresh crew in here. They'd have to make everything wheelchair accessible.
And here's the merch crick, man. If she finally got over me hollering at her, she could just turn my wheelchair off. I couldn't do nothing about it.
Like Brandon the Quad's mom does to him.
Yeah. Hello, who's this?
Just leave you there and walk away.
Hello, who's this?
Here they'd have to make everything wheelchair accessible. And here's the merch
Hey,
crick, man.
you're on the air. You're gonna have to turn your monitor down and talk to me.
Good morning, Bubba.
Yes.
Hey, I wanted to touch base with Dan on that ivermectin and ask him simply if there is some certain type of binder a person needs to use.
A what?
A binder.
What do you mean?
A binder, yes.
I think he means maybe a drug that
pull the metals out.
Maybe another.
I don't get into that. I have no idea.
Hold on, Dan. I think he's not meaning. I think he's meaning like a chaser. Like, do you?
No. A binder that pulls things that are toxic in your body out of it, like heavy metals.
Go.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Right,
I don't have a recommendation for that.
He said he doesn't know. He doesn't quite know about a binder situation. But you know what? He'll research it.
I'll do that. All right.
Dan, I know you're the kind of guy that might research that.
Mm-hmm.
If you're using ivermectin as an anti-parasite deal, do you need a binder?
One's for parasites, and a binder's to pull heavy metals and toxins like that out of your body, and that's those are cleansing type things that I don't have any experience on.
Hi, who's this? You're on the air.
Hey, Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Window tint Willie.
Who?
Got a question for you. The window tint Tommy Taint.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
Yes.
I heard you guys. Seth mentioned this going.
By the way, Tommy Taint does not like to be identified as such. His real name is Adam, and he does the best window tint ever, whether it be your home or whether it be your car. He's the best. I think it's Advanced. Is it what's the official company of Adams?
Oh, Advanced Film Solutions.
Yeah, Advanced Sun
Serviceville, Tampa Bay area, Orlando, anywhere in Florida.
Yeah, and whether it's your house, whether it's your car. Advanced, what's it called? Film Solutions, and it's owned by a guy named Adam. He does not like the Tommy Taint gimmick. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway, thanks for the plug, Bubba. I actually wanted to mention this based on going into break. Steph made a joke about the Indian guy who survived the plane crash. You know that was all faked, right?
What?
It came out. This dude was a surveillance video of him walking the street. His name's not on the manifest. He just walked through the cloud of smoke. Everyone assumed that he was in it, and he did it for fame, but he wasn't really.
We got to really look into that because it certainly makes sense that Why would one guy make it and everybody else die? But I've not heard.
It was all over the internet until something else happened over the weekend that took the stories.
Right. All right. Well, you know what? We'll definitely look into that. Thank you.
All right. Have a good show, guys.
Here we go, Bubba. False Air India crash claim spreading around Facebook accounts.
Yeah, it looks like he just laid his brother to rest that was on the plane with them, and I don't see. It looks like they're talking about how much he's going to get paid from the.
Now, hold on. Can we verify that the guy that we think was the sole survivor of that Air India gimmick? Can we confirm that he actually was on the plane and he did survive it, or was he just some dude that kind of looked like he came from the wreckage and threw a bunch of dust on him? And he survived. Like, are there news reports stating that he was indeed a passenger, or are there news reports stating indeed that he faked it?
There's more news reports that says that he was on there than he wasn't, and it looks like everything else that's coming out, it says it's fake news that he was not on there.
So you just
so he was on there. He was on there. He was on there.
There's news reports showing he was on there. All the reports show that he wasn't on there are fake.
Okay, so you had me.
Sorry,
you talked like in a double negative there.
Double negative.
Right. So you're saying
we're saying we didn't get tricked by Facebook information
or the phone call.
Right.
The famed Pfister Hotel is one of the most haunted locations in Wisconsin, and arguably one of the most haunted hotels in the country. It's a historical landmark in Milwaukee in which the home of professional baseball and basketball teams, whenever they're in town, stay. Major league players have reported a wide range of paranormal activity when they stayed in the hotel. Some of the things they reported are electrical anomalies, objects of manipulations, and whatever. There's a bunch.
So I've had the first two in the carriage house. I've never actually seen a ghost. I've had things move and electrical stuff.
In the main house.
In the main house.
I know, but in the main house, I think little Danny swears the third floor. Somebody in your family swears that the third floor is haunted.
Well, we all agree. No one argues that.
Is that the most haunted area in your?
That seems to be the area where things happen.
How about Claridge House?
Not much happens there.
The carriage.
Nah, not much happens there.
Nothing much happens there.
No.
But
that's where all the we found, because there's all these little hidden compartments and hidden rooms. We found this thing that had all these pictures, and they were burning the pictures, and they were doing these devil worshiping things in the carriage house.
Really?
Yeah.
Now what's the strangest thing on the third floor that's ever happened?
Shutters that open and close, that were open in the morning and then closed by afternoon on their own. Lights go off and on. Things moving around.
Now, are the ghosts? They seem to be friendly.
They never mess with me.
But they're not mean ghosts.
No. They're not giving me 4 claw marks on each side on my shoulder like I just got pegged by a guy with long fingernails.
Here, let me, before I go into words, this will be probably from the F around and find out file.
Yes.
And this looks like to be a guy that's trying to start maybe a house or something on fire, and it goes awry. And I think that the Molotov cocktail follows him into his car rather than across the fence. It looks like he gets out and tries to throw it across this fence, wherever that may be.
Dude, the whole fire was in his car.
Yeah, so I think it didn't ignite when he tried to throw it, so he just held on to it, thinking it was just a dud, but really ignited once he got in his car. Here it is. I don't think there's any sound to it, is there?
I don't think so.
No, there's no sound to it. So you can see the bad guy.
Man, everything is on camera these days.
Oh, I know.
This is nothing gets missed.
No, here we go. So it looks like he's getting out of his car, and he goes to throw it, and I don't think he makes it over the wall. And it goes to throw it, Lummy, and it goes and kind of still stays on the sidewalk.
Yes.
So he picks it up, okay, this isn't going to go anywhere, and gets back in his vehicle.
Is he going to get a lighter?
I think he's going to get another one. See?
It's dripping.
See, so if you look, Seth, right here, he has another one in his hand. See it right there?
And that's a Molotov?
I think it is. Because it has...
I thought you throw those. I didn't know you... I don't know.
I think you can underhand them.
Well, he says he's pouring stuff out. I didn't know... I didn't know what he's pouring out all over the place.
Oh my God.
See, I don't know what the plan was.
I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what the plan was. To be the passenger. Because look at the passenger.
Jeez.
Look how fast he gets out. Look, I'm out. I'm out. Look at that thing. Oh, now they're all. So there's three total people. There's 3 total people in the car.
Okay, so he's making a mess with the gas.
Right.
The gas is everywhere.
Right. And the gas probably of which, Dan, is on him too.
Oh, he's covered in it.
So that's what ignites. But I don't know what in the car ignites unless
Spark.
unless somebody.
Spark. It's an old crap car.
Or that, or maybe somebody was firing up a joint or something like that. You know.
Coulda.
Okay, well, this didn't go well. Let me try the second one.
Let's do
Oh,
the
this
other
one
one
ain't
out.
going well. Okay, let's get the hell out of here. Somebody spark up that joint.
All that, you see how liquidy it is. So, and how much of a mess they made.
All this.
So that you know that's all in the car. The car is filled with gasoline. That leaked. Those Molotov cocktails leaked everywhere.
There's got to be a better way to do this, man.
You think?
Yeah, there's just.
Yeah, you know what it is? It's called staying home and not trying to blow up some person.
Man.
And Molotov cocktails work on impact.
Right, that's why I was
to shatter.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering. I didn't know what they were doing because it looked like they were just trying to set a fire, but they never really got the chance to actually set it.
When I return, we'll get into the Trump, and the bunker busters. His, I think he addressed the country at about 10:05 Saturday night. Also, Lummy, I'm not trying to be creepy or nothing, but this.
I mean, she's 22.
She's 22. I'm not going to, validate or co-sign on what she did to get arrested, but she's pretty damn hot. That's a pretty hot. I mean, you got to think.
Man, I hope she banged a kid.
They don't let you put on when they arrest you. They don't let you put your makeup on so that you look good on your mugshot. Usually, you've been crying, and you can tell she's been crying, right? Like you can tell underneath her eyes and stuff, she's been crying. And if you can look hot in an all natural, you've been crying all the way to the police station, a mugshot. You're probably fairly attractive. This is one of those standard young teacher. God, where, Dan, you were 14 and you had a guy trying to, molest you on a ski boat, dude on dude. Where was this chick when you were 14? Right?
No, we've been taking her class all 4 years.
Hell yeah! You would have actually dumbed yourself down and flunked her class so that you could take it again. Be like, Dan, you're not going to be the valedictorian of the class. That's okay. I'm blasting this for 4 years.
I sent you Antonio Brown. He put a tweet out that
about her.
Yeah, but he responds. It's kind of funny.
Isn't he on the run for the?
Isn't he on the lam?
He's still tweeting it.
He actually has. He has people that run his account.
That is
true. Well, you know what? We'll get into all that when we get back.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Yeah, the on guard there. That is correct. Balloon Man Jim, 71 months. Meeker, 69, 19 months. Thank you, Meeker. What's up, Chris Constructo?
What's up, Alan? What's up, LM? What's up, Wyatt? I agree with David Cannon. Whoo-wee! Instead of asking people how their weekend was, they just be like, hey, what do you got going on next weekend? Really fucking throw them for a loop. What's up, Permagrom? Thank you, Xerxes. What up, Matthew?
What's up, Trick Your Lips?
What up, Scotty?
Wyatt Harris, $20. Wyatt.
You the man, Wyatt. You the man, Wyatt. I think Game 7 was fucking great. I just wish Halliburton didn't go out like that.
It was tied up, 2/3 of the game. It was a tight
They were
game.
up by one. Indy was up by 1 at halftime.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was a close game most of the game. Then at the end, it just got blowed out.
Yeah.
It was like that ugly ninth inning for the Rays on Sunday. Can you believe that? They had that game, and then they just fucking blew it.
What up, Orange Juice? What up, Johnny? What up, Ray?
I can't believe it.
They're dinging them.
I couldn't believe it. But they've had such a charmed month. They've been the best team in baseball for the last month.
Party.
Yeah. And a lot of away games too, not just home games.
No, but they've had great.
What's up, Rumble?
Yeah, 50.
You don't usually get that by now. You'll be in your 30s. Just like the
If you're on Rumble, follow us. Give us a follow on Rumble if you can, please. If you're on Facebook, give us a thumbs up and make sure you follow us there too. We're getting ready to hit 127,000.
What up, Felix?
There. 656 on the thumbs up and pacing pretty good.
Keep it on.
Interaction is key. Interaction. Call now 813-90-BUBBA. Now back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Vicariously entertaining.
Thank you. Here we go.
The Bubba the Love Sponge show. So that racetrack of mine, Bubba Raceway Park, formerly Bubba Raceway Park, now Ocala Speedway. We had 5 class. We had a racing program. We only race once a month now, Lummy.
Oh,
just because that's way just racing. Maybe not on Dan's level, that doctor racing stuff, but listen, the economy is people. It's a tough time for people right now. It really is. There's a lot of uncertainty going on, and racing, for the most part, locally is a hobby. You can't do it for a living, even if you get sponsors and things like that. I mean, All right, it may cost you may have $1,000 of tires on your race car, and Dan will probably back me that tires are one of the most important aspects of your race car.
And they wear out so fast.
And they're so expensive.
Yeah.
And so, with dirt racing, like on open wheel modifies, it's $800 to win, but it's like probably, I don't know, $1,200 to put brand new tires in your car.
Mm-hmm.
And you're hoping that, you can get a couple races out of them, and sometimes you can and sometimes you can't. So in order for me to have just an absolute perfect track, I have to start on Monday, the Monday before the Saturday we're going to race. And Drunk Dave lives up there. And so when I'm not on the air, I'm directing Dave with my weather app based on what type of weather they're having in Ocala as to whether to lay water, because you can't flash water a dirt track. I just can't roll up in there on Friday and, get enough moisture down in the track for it's just not going to work. It's going to end up being dry, and people are going to it's going to lay rubber, or people are going to burn their tires up, racers are going to be mad. So all of us tracks have gotten together, Volusia, Ocala Speedway, Wendell's Alltech, and we've gotten together and said, listen, instead of all of us, running, twice a month, 3 times a month, 4 times a month, let's all run once a month and have our own lane, meaning like when we run, the other 2 don't, because that's kind of my competition, Volusia and Alltech. So we're working really well with Wendell, who owns Alltech, and we're working really well with the World Racing Group, who owns Volusia. And when we run, they don't, and when they run, we don't. So we have our
Makes
own.
sense.
And so we're all doing better on car counts, and it's really worked out well.
Why cannibalize each other?
Well, when racing was more healthy and there were more race cars, but, guys are selling their race cars for bass boats nowadays because it's just so expensive. It's so expensive. So, the race car count just within the state of Florida is down. So we all just run once a month. But in order to be ready for that Saturday night race, we start watering on Monday, and if there's going to be rain that day, we'll skip watering for a day or 2 based on how much rain we get. So I get up there. But the really, really hard stuff happens when I get there, and I don't have any help. So One-Eyed Billy was there on Saturday to help me had I needed his help, but I had it pretty much dialed in. So I get there Friday. And I get there at noon. Okay. I spend 2 hours on the tiller, tilling it all up to open it up because it's kind of dry crusted, but there's moisture down below. So I got to get that moisture down below and get it up. Then I grade and sheep's foot for 2 hours. Then I have to till again for 2 hours. So that puts me at 6 o'clock. So I've been on the track nonstop from noon till 6. And then there's this huge thunderstorm that's coming.
Of course.
So because I need water at this point after I graded. Grading tends to dry your track out. So I'm on the dry side, and I need water. But there's like these huge thunderstorms coming, and I'm watching the weather. And sure enough, these thunderstorms come. But it's like maybe there is a spirit, maybe there is ghosts, maybe there is some type of spirit. But these thunderstorms literally they wrap around the track. On one side of the track, it was raining and lightning, and on the other side of the track, both within a half a mile of each other, the thunderstorm perfectly split the track, and I got 0 rain.
Oh, you're like Moses.
So then at 9, I'm thinking, okay, well, I got to go. I can't leave the track dry on the overnight. I got to lay. So I laid 2 loads of water down at 9:30, went to bed, got up at 7:30, laid 2 more loads of water, and then took my Sunbelt skid steer with my Harley. Excuse me, I'm having throat issues. Took my Sunbelt skid steer with my Harley rake and spent 2 hours Harley raking, then 2 more loads of water. Then, Lummy, I had to move 2 big piles of material that we had dug out of the pond that we were looking at what the material in the pond looks like in case we might want to power screen it when I get my power screen back. But I had to, most of it was rock, so I had to kind of pick through it, get the rock out, separate the rock from the good material, retill it, 2 more loads of water, and I got it's 6 o'clock, it's 5:45, hot laps are at 7, and I got my track dialed in. I mean, it looks absolutely, actually, I'm going to text you a picture of it.
Okay.
And this is what this is like porn. This is like porn to me. I'm so sorry. Let me see here. Just to show you. So this is what 2 days of just busting your ass for 8 to 10 hours. Let me see. I'm texting it to you now. 8 to 10 hours a day will get with no help. I had no help. None. 0. The only help I had was a Sunbelt rental Harley rake and One-Eyed Billy's tiller. If I hadn't had One-Eyed Billy's tiller, I would have been really up Craps Creek. But I was okay. Billy had left his tiller there, and Lummy, that's a Lily tiller is absolutely instrumental in track prep. So I'm going to wait for you to send this to me, Lummy.
Right,
Did you get it?
I just got it now.
Now, not that you guys know what to look for, but this is like an absolutely perfectly prepared, beautiful track. All I got to do, I'm going to show it to you here momentarily. This is like at 5 o'clock on Saturday after, 4 days of watering, Drunk Dave watering and me tilling and taking the moisture down low and bringing it back up, then me grading it and sheep's footing it and packing it and then retilling. And then Harley, have you sent it to me yet, Lemmy?
No, I'm uploading it right now to mine.
Oh, okay. I'm over here treading water for it, and you got a slow system going on?
I get it in my phone, and my phone I have to upload it to my computer.
Oh.
So I'm relying on the internet and multiple services.
I'm over here just absolutely dying over here. Lummy, for real. Come on.
I'm uploading it. That's how long it usually takes.
It was just 2 pictures.
But it has to go to my phone, and then it has to go from my phone to the email to computer.
All right.
So then downloading it and then uploading it onto the computer to upload it onto the messenger.
Where is it right now?
I sent it to you. I just sent it to you. It takes a second. I'm sorry.
It's okay. But I'm over here. I feel lost because... All right. So, is there 1 or 2 of these?
Well, that's pretty.
There should be both pictures are in the
Looks
same
like
message.
the Kentucky Derby.
Where's it at? The same. Okay, let me see. Lummy, and then is there another picture?
They should be both attached the same.
They look this. They're both. There's just one picture. See, boom, 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 boom. Same picture.
Okay, I'll reattach it.
Well, this is good enough. This is good enough. So this is 2 straight days of folding this track, 3 or 5, turning it over 4 or 5 different times, packing it in, and so now this is like at 5:15. The cars are pulling in. Oh, there you go. That kind of expands it a little bit, so you can see. Dan, it goes clear to the backstretch there and what have you. And so I'm already.
Do you ever wish you had an asphalt track instead of a dirt track and you'd have to do all that crap?
No, because no. I'd rather do all this crap than deal.
It's that much better?
Yeah, dirt's just so much. Yeah, asphalt's. Actually, you can see my grader tires right here.
Yeah, that's
I was
nice.
taking a picture in the back. So I'm ready to go. We got probably 20 or 30 teams that are in the pits. We have a long line of people ready to get in the pits. We're getting ready to race. I got her dialed in. All I got to do is just lay a little bit more water and pack it. And then all of a sudden, the bottom lets loose of this huge thunderstorm that hits us.
Oh, no.
And we have to cancel.
Oh, no.
And so, literally.
Like you were ready for an hour before the race, you're 100% ready to go, and then you got rained out?
Yeah, if you go to I think on Ocala Speedway's Facebook page, if you could go to that, it'll show the downpour that just hit us out of nowhere. You know how those Florida storms just, it's like it's clear right now, and then it just, the bottom falls out.
Yes.
And then you feel just completely deflated. You worked 8 to 10 hours on Friday. You worked 8 to 10 hours on Saturday. You got this thing just dialed in. I mean, this thing's like just absolutely beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. And then the bottom lets loose and you have to cancel. Did you send it yet?
I sent you the Facebook page, yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. I think this shows you. All right, here we go. This is.
Should be the second post down right there.
Yeah, right here. So hold on. This is literally, Dan, 5 minutes after I took that picture of the track perfect. And this is what happens.
Is that your favorite part of the track?
What?
The concession stand?
No, I'm not on the concession stand.
That's it, though. That's the concession stand.
This is the concession stand
that's
here,
my
Dan.
favorite part.
Okay. Well, I know you're trying to call me a fat ass.
No, it's just if you go in there and you got everything. You're like, I want this, I want this, I want this. It's great. Right. They love you there.
Yeah, the concession stand's great. But after 20 hours of making your track perfect, and then you get 5 minutes of this. And look, look, the skies are clear.
Mm-hmm. Now, if you had like an emergency, like say you had the Winter Nationals and this happened, what's the minimum? This is a real serious question. So it rains, pours, stops. What's the minimum amount of time you would need to get that track?
That would have taken me
drivable
that would have taken me 3 hours.
3 hours?
Cool.
That's okay. That was the question.
That would have taken me 3 hours, and
so if it happened at 1, you'd been okay. But happening at 5 killed you.
Yeah, it happened at 5. It killed me. We're done. Of course, we got cussed out by the racers. You should have stuck around and tried to fix it. I'm like, I'm out of here. So we were talking about this attractive New York school employee, age 22, arrested after allegedly sending nude photos to a 14-year-old boy. Antonio Brown tweeted, which is true. This is what teachers look like when we were in school. And it's true.
Yeah.
This is what teachers look like when we went to school. Not that. God, I got to think if a teacher looked like that you would have to almost get the boys in trouble for leaving her alone. Like, I don't even think that you could probably potentially, they should know before they even hired a girl like this that this is going to be a problem. Can we?
Wait. So you can't let young, pretty girls teach?
No, you can. But I mean, when something like this happens, you have to,
Just make them teach middle school?
I'm searching her. Does she have an Instagram?
I'm looking for it. I saw one, but it's all private. A lot of times they delete.
They just say she's an employee. They don't say she's a teacher. Why is that?
Maybe she worked in the cafeteria.
You think?
A New York school employee was arrested.
My lunch. She doesn't have lunch arm ladies. Lunch lady arms.
A New York school employee was arrested after police say that she sent nude photographs to a minor. Is it Anna Maria? Anna Maria Milazzo is alleged to have shared indecent photos of herself with a 14-year-old boy over the span of 3 months. The 22-year-old was arrested on suspicion of disseminating indecent material to minors in a second degree, a Class E felony, and endangering the welfare of a child, a Class A misdemeanor. I mean, 14's probably a little young. You got a 14-year-old boy, don't you?
Almost.
If he was getting kicked out wide shots from her, would you have to go to the authorities and get her in trouble? Or
not if you were sharing them with me.
A New York school employee was arrested after authorities said she has sent nude photos to a teenage boy over a period of 3 months. The sheriff's department now announced that the arrest of Anna Maria Milazzo of New York Monday, June 16th, after an investigation found that she sent nude photos of herself to a 14-year-old boy. So there was no physical sex or anything like this, just pics.
Yeah, they said that it was probably going to be leading to that over the summer.
A school resource officer assigned to the Greater Southern Tier initially received a complaint on June 9th that the teacher, 22, sent indecent material to a minor, prompting an investigation of the criminal division. Authorities later arrested her on suspicion of disseminating indecent material to minors in a second degree, a Class E felony, and endangering the welfare of a child.
How indecent do you have to be to make it a felony like that? Like, is it like topless or like completely nude? I mean, what makes it? Because when we see topless stuff on the media all the time,
I don't know.
I mean, what point does that become a crime?
And here's the deal. I mean,
how nude?
What are you? How egregious of a picture are you sending? If you're endangering the welfare of a child, like, you know, are you sending, like, it's just a topless picture? I got to think that's, or, you know, even a picture of her vagina. Like, does that endanger the welfare of a child?
Well, I mean, I don't think adults should be sending, you know,
I don't either.
Genital pictures to children. I agree with that being a policy of bad. But, you know.
She was a teaching assistant.
Just like a
teacher's assistant?
Like somebody's helper?
Yeah.
Kind of deal?
She's the one that distributes the crayons.
Well, yeah. So here, you know, obviously over the weekend, Saturday night, I think this was it Saturday? What time was the official bombing? I know that Trump spoke, you know, made a public statement about 10:05. I watched Fox at that time. I mean, I'd already left the track in disgust and went back to my apartment. I was already home by like 8 o'clock because I was just like so over it. And so I had an opportunity to watch the press conference live as it happened. I also got a chance to watch Fox News and CNN. And you know, I like to go back and forth between Fox and CNN and just see how completely different how they carry it.
It really is just night and day, isn't it?
It said between 6:40 and 7:05
p.m.
Yes.
And President Trump addressed the media, I think, at like 10:10. So I'm going to go into words so we're not, you know, so we're actually on time and we'll come out with this. But Trump sends what I think was, 2 B-2 bombers. Was it 2 or 4 planes?
I thought it was 2 bombers.
Yeah. And I thought it was 2 bombers and 4 bombs. 2 planes and 4 bombs. And or maybe, I don't know, and there were 3 different facilities that they've completely obliterated and wiped out. And and they said that Israel had in their bombing of Iran had set back their nuclear program years. You know, like had done enough damage that they had set it back, you know, a couple of years. But they said because Israel didn't have these burrowing bunker busters like we have, that we were going to be the only ones that could really wipe out what Iran had, meaning like, okay, Israel, thank you for the appetizer, and you did a pretty good job, and it'd take them 2 or 3 years to get back to what they had, but the United States of America has a couple of these bunker busters that go down up to 300 to 400 feet and will completely obliterate so that they have to completely start over. Like
it looks like it was 7 B-2 bombers, 14 bunker busters.
They sent that many.
I thought they sent 2.
Well, they had
7.
but they had 3 spots too, though. So
yeah, right. And they dropped it's like 75 total bombs. But the bunker busters works in pairs. Like the first one, you know, softens the target, and the second one gets in deeper.
Right. And so has Iran since that Saturday night? Have they done anything? Have they retaliated? Did they send anything over to Israel? I don't think they have.
Yes, they have.
They have?
Yep.
Okay. Anything that hit? Anything that, you know, that was?
I was watching the finals last night when the tweets started coming through.
So I
couldn't go over.
You couldn't.
I only like watching live war when the NBA finals aren't on.
Right. So now all you have is the White Sox. You're going to be very, very war heavy now.
No, I think, man, I can find some new hobbies now with all this time I have.
So anyway, we're going to get into this. It's interesting to see as much as people are trying to dog Donald Trump and he shouldn't have done this, and Bernie Sanders got in front of some rally and said no more war, it really befuddles me as to what the American public really wants. Like, in order to have some stability in the Middle East, I think you had to kind of do what you did. And I think you need to say there's a lot more of it coming. And I got excerpts of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton both saying that they would bomb Iran. And so now Trump does it, and he's a dick, and everybody's mad at him, and or whatever, and people don't want war. But if we don't do something, then what deterrent do people in the Middle East have just to do whatever they want, including continuing to develop nuclear capabilities and things like that? I mean, Iran, I think we can all agree, regardless of your political affiliation, isn't Iran the bully of the Middle East? Haven't they been described?
They've been a big troublemaker.
That they are the bully of the Middle East.
Yeah.
And, I mean, somebody needs to... I mean, I don't think we've really done anything to them since, Rappin' Ronnie Reagan got our hostages out, after 444 days. Now, have we had Iranian excursions prior? I think we have, haven't we? We've had some type of dealing with them, or have we not? I don't know.
Yes, we have. I believe Obama bombed the crap out of them.
Oh, you're talking about before then, though, right?
No, I'm talking about anything before Saturday.
I thought you meant before the 444-day crisis.
From 1979 to 2025, meaning a couple days ago, have we had a lot of Iranian, excursions or dealings? Have we had to step in and bomb them? Have we?
We've proxied them because, they were helping parts of Iraq when we were fighting in Iraq. So we've been dealing with almost like by proxy wars.
They all also finance Hamas, Hezbollah,
right,
Houthis,
all of them.
so
all the bad people. So that's what I mean by the proxies. Like they stir up trouble without directly going to war with us.
And a lot of times they're the middleman on the bad guys that are causing the problems. A lot of their financing and funding will be funneled through Iran.
Yep.
So, I think they had this coming. I think that I think Trump has made it very obvious that we need some type of treaty or some type of documentation. They need to come to the table and negotiate because them playing the bad guy or the middleman or the boogeyman or the bully of the Middle East is not good for the region, and we're not going to let it happen anymore. There might have been presidents prior, but he, on his tab, isn't going to let it happen anymore. I like that. And I think it also makes Israel safer as well. We'll get into all that next.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
You notice that Iran doesn't bomb Jerusalem? They just bomb the other cities? Tel Aviv.
We don't consider that part of their holy land.
That's why. They want to destroy their own stuff.
Now, why would that be that?
Because they want to protect their own religious, iconic locations. Jews, Catholics, and Muslims all claim Jerusalem. What's up there, Fred?
Did you put Christians in there?
I said Christians. Christians, Jews, and Muslims all claim Jerusalem.
DJ Brown.
Yes, Carlos.
Sorry for getting on you about my pictures. I was just treading.
No, I understand. I was trying to get him up there as soon as possible. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's not your fault.
I can't believe this guy destroyed Jeopardy and now he's hosting it.
What?
The guy that won all the thing on Jeopardy and then now he's hosting it?
Oh, yeah.
What a
What's up, John Kostika?
Johnny K.
Third Cooper Lips.
Johnny K, thank you for being so good to us.
Joe Exotic.
For real.
Supposed to call today, Joe Cooper Lips.
Thank you, Johnny K. You're the best. He really is.
Merchant.
Lummy, have you seen this helicopter thing from Michigan?
What's that?
They keep showing it on the news.
The helicopter?
It was like this helicopter that was like looks like it was like right on the ground or right above the sand, and then like it leaned and the propeller then got stuck in the sand.
The helicopter crash?
It's just fun. They just have, every time I've looked up, it's been on. It's just weird. It's only like a 5-second clip.
See.
Look at that blonde they got on there. You mean I saw that on the blonde? Oh, no, thank you.
He sees.
She's got so much shit done to her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that why your neck's so low?
She's old. She's got a young face, but she's old with over-treated face and under-treated neck.
Oh, she got back. She got old neck.
She's probably 40-something. Her face looks 20, and she has a lot of filler there. She's got her lips, her folds, her cheeks.
A lot.
A lot of Botox.
Now, Dan, what can you
eyebrows
do? What should she have done to her to get a neck lift?
It's hard to know. You got to resurface the neck, but the neck doesn't do all resurfacing. It's hard. It's hard to fix the neck.
Bert,
It's not loose. It's just got wrinkly skin.
Do you tell people to wear turtlenecks?
Yeah, it works well in Florida.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Johnny Costico, Valparaiso, Indiana. Love that guy, Lummy. He single-handedly does so much for us. Him and Shivering Ciro Niz and just Joe from the West Side.
Mark from Tarpon.
Mark from Tarpon.
Paper Towel Willie.
Hierarchy. I'd go on and on and on. Thank you so much for all that you do. And a listener-supported and funded program such as the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army or BubbaArmyTips.com. Here's what Bernie's just... Bernie, I don't know, man. Bernie just seems like he's turning into get off my lawn, dude.
He's what, 83?
Yeah, and like, but I will tell you this. He's 83, and I don't think Joe Biden's 83. I think Joe Biden's 82.
How old's Hogan?
Oh, I mean 72.
Oh, he's the kid next to these guys.
Yeah, but yeah, but let me I got to tell you for 82. Now I may not like Bernie's message, but for 82, he's pretty spry. You know, he doesn't. He looks like he has all of his faculties about himself. Again.
I think getting angry is one of the last things you lose as a man. You can't. He gets his dong doesn't work. He can't play golf. He can't run. He can barely stand
Hold
up.
on. So at 82,
but you can still
got
get
all that.
mad.
So at 82, 83, we have that all to look forward to. Our dong won't work. We can't golf.
Can't get up off a chair.
For real?
Can't walk fast, but you can still get mad.
My dong ain't gonna work.
Nah, dude,
at
your
82?
dong ain't nah, yours not gonna work at 82.
What about shots? Can't you do shots
hold
on
on.
them?
Well,
How old was your father?
84ish.
Was his dong still working?
Like a champ. He's
okay,
Italian.
then. Why can't my dog work? Why can't
You're
my
not Italian.
Only Italians' dongs at 84 work?
Apparently.
Okay. I hope I'm still around and you're still around at 84. And I can tell you, Dan, guess what? My dong's still working.
I hope so too, Bubba.
Me too.
I really hope so.
This is a statement from Donald Trump. Quote, "We have completed our..."
I know that he's going around to various places and talking, but don't you think he could get maybe a graphic sign place to make a little more? It looks like literally Sammy's Arts and Crafts made that sign.
Plus, most people don't even know what oligarchy is. They can't even pronounce it, let alone understand what it means.
But I mean, don't you think you want to get one that's maybe looks professional and not done
at high school?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, etc.
He's fighting oligarchy flying in a private plane.
So here's what I don't understand. What does the American people want? If you were to do a survey...
To open up the phones.
Maybe we open 813-90-BUBBA, but what does the American public want? If we don't get involved, we expose, or we're not doing our ally, Israel, any justice. If we don't get involved, we're allowing Iran to be a little bit of a bully. Continue to be a bully in the Middle East. It's a very unstable region. At that point, Saudi Arabia could be exposed. We have a lot of special. We have a significant amount of interest so that the Middle East stays stable. And so if we don't get involved and we allow Iran to continue to develop, potentially nuclear warheads, I can't see it any other way. And maybe one of the reasons why we're in this position is because for 4 years we did nothing. And the people before, Hillary said she would have, if she was elected president, she would do something. Barack Obama did fight Iran and bomb them. So Bernie, you get up there and you say, the people that you're speaking to on these college campuses and stuff are saying, no more war, no more. Well, what you want? You want us to sit on our hands and just let everybody fight it out? I don't think that's going to end well.
I think this is what Larry David would be like in 20 years. Just angry at everybody. And by the way, what oligarch is funding this Fight Oligarchy tour?
I don't know. Probably George Soros.
The ultimate oligarch.
I agree. And I want to tell you something. Not only is this news that I've just heard, the second alarming that all of you have just heard, but it is so grossly unconstitutional. All of you know that the only entity that can take this country to war is the U.S. Congress. The president does not have the right.
I think he does. Under certain circumstances.
Emergency circumstances and limited circumstances, he can call raids and stuff like that. And by the way, we did not declare a war on Iran.
No, we
as
long as I'm president of the United States.
Sorry, we had a weekend dust up.
They're saying it's a war, but they're doing that to ruffle feathers over
right,
here.
Exactly. Here is Barack Obama's opinion.
As long as I'm president of the United States, Iran will not get a nuclear weapon. I made that clear when I came into office. We then organized the strongest coalition and the strongest sanctions against Iran in history, and it is crippling their economy. Their currency has dropped 80%. Their oil production has plunged to the lowest level since they were fighting a war with Iraq 20 years ago. So their economy is in a shambles. And the reason we did this is because a nuclear Iran is a threat to our national security, and it's a threat to Israel's national security. We cannot afford to have a nuclear arms race in the most volatile region of the world.
A two-time Democratic president basically saying and doing what Trump did. Right? I mean, to the absolute, to the almost to the letter, saying I'm gonna bomb them. I'm not gonna let them have nuclear capabilities. With their economies in shambles. We're not going to, it exposes Israel. It's not good for Israel. This is a two-time Democratic, president saying the very same thing as to what happened on Saturday afternoon.
Iran's a state sponsor of terrorism. And for them to be able to provide nuclear technology to non-state actors, that's unacceptable. And they have said that they want to see Israel wiped off the map. So the work that we've done with respect to sanctions now offers Iran a choice. They can take the diplomatic route and end their nuclear.
And hold on, hasn't Trump said
same thing?
This is just the beginning. I would suggest that you step up and we start negotiating. That's the very, very, very to the very letter of what this guy's saying right here.
Offers Iran a choice. They can take the diplomatic route and
which is step up,
end their nuclear program, or they will have to face a united world and a United States president, me, who said we're not going to take any options off the table.
But I mean, hold on, the hits keep coming. The hits keep coming.
I want the Iranians to know that if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program.
And you notice this? Take Trump out of it. For 20 years we've been worried about, 30 years we've been worrying about their ability to have nukes. They have been working on nukes at every chance they get. Why they think that we're not
since the 90s.
Since they've been working on nukes and trying to get by every president until and inevitably, I think the only person that really didn't hold them to you can't develop nukes was Biden. You got Hillary, who said, if I'm president, no nukes. You got Barack Obama, two-termer, who said, I already bombed the hell out of them. And you have two options. You can, step up to the table and negotiate, or I'll keep bombing you.
That if I'm the president, we will attack Iran. Whatever stage of development they might be in their nuclear weapons program in the next 10 years, during which they might foolishly consider launching an attack on Israel, we would be able to totally obliterate them. That's a terrible thing to say, but those people...
Hold on. Didn't somebody just say that a few days ago and they're calling him a tyrant?
Yeah.
People who run
Hi,
Iran
Karate's
need
here.
to understand.
What's up, Hi Karate?
Good morning.
I'm glad you're back.
I'm glad to be back.
A lot of things happen while you're gone.
I'll be gone tomorrow, and then I'll be back again.
Jesus, you can't leave.
I'm sorry.
You can't. You just can't.
Let the man enjoy his summer.
No, he can't. It's different with him being gone.
I can't wait for the walk to the car.
I never thought that just the presence of Jay leads such a calming effect amongst the ripple of water that we all live in the J world. Jay being out of town.
Do you mean the ripple of water that Dan causes? Were you holding? Were you holding out on that?
No, hold on. Let me just say this. I'm talking about the ripple of water that I cause, the ripple of water that Dan causes, the ripple of water that Steve tries to control but can't control it as efficiently as Jay. I'm just talking about the ripple. I'm just saying.
I haven't even heard about it yet. So.
Oh.
They kept me shielded from it the whole time. So
oh God,
that was unreal.
And that, because that perhaps will deter them from doing something that would be reckless, foolish, and tragic.
I mean, again, to me, it sounds like the reason why we had to do what we did on Saturday is because every president, with the exception of Joe Biden, has held Iran culpable of, you're not going to, on my watch, on my presidential watch, on my Bill Clinton watch, on my George H.W. watch, on my two-term Barack Obama watch, on my, Trump the first time watch, you're not going to develop nuclear capabilities. Then Sleepy Joe rolls up in here, and they have 4 years to make hay, and they do. So that this guy's got to come back and clean up what Barack felt, what Clinton felt, and he did it on Saturday.
Ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the...
I got to think, didn't we? Let me just hear the word obliterated spoken by Hillary Clinton.
Yes, we did.
Middle East must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater.
Isn't that exactly what Barack Obama said? I would suggest that you start negotiating.
Yep.
A lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way.
It's got to put a certain amount of Donald in there.
To erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight. And all of the United States military on an operation the likes.
And he goes on to say, but I was reading something by all the infrastructure and all the diversion and all the cute games they had to play in order to get these. Was it 12? Let me be 12. These
6.
I'm sorry. These
7. There were 7.
7.
Yeah.
These 7 B2 bombers over there because they had to have these mid-air in-flight, in-air refueling jets meet them at various parts of the world to refuel these bombers, because these are the only bombers that are capable of delivering these type of bombs that we needed to be bunker busters. And so I think they refueled over Hawaii and then over Guam.
Nope. That was a decoy.
That was the decoy.
That was the decoy. So they went the other way. They went
but
east.
They did refuel
over
twice.
Europe, And so the Guam stuff was all a huge decoy. It was the second longest bombing mission of a B-2 bomber and the largest overall mission of B-2 bombers since its inception.
This was 30 hours nonstop, wasn't it?
Right, it was a big day. They had things going in both directions.
You go from Missouri to Iran
with no leaks, which is impressive with this government.
They actually did let leaks. They let the Guam stuff leak.
Yeah, they let all the stuff
distracted them.
They let all the stuff going west.
Dan. That's not what I'm saying.
But they
dumbass.
You don't have to call me a dumbass,
I'm just kidding.
Jay.
I looked at you and that came up like I was like, Dan, I don't know where that came from.
Yeah.
Really, that was funny. But
Jay needs to go back on vacation.
No, I'm sorry. I take that back. But that was not a leak. That was an intentional distraction. This mission actually went off with 0 leaks. And that's incredible.
Well, what was leaked was not a leak. It was strategically leaked.
Yeah, propaganda as a distraction.
So we went west.
Smoke screen.
We went west.
Dan's correct on that. 100%.
And we went west, and they thought we were going west, when really we went east. We got them from the east, and so the refueling over Hawaii and the refueling over Guam was meant for them to know. And while they got their eyes on that, we're coming in on the opposite direction that nobody knows about.
Yep.
Tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity.
And here's the thing. I think that this was probably such... And any leader like Putin or any other leader in the world could see that there was a lot of moving parts in order to go that large of a distance with those type of bombs involved so much technology that we may because of our infrastructure and our military infrastructure, we may be the only country that could have maybe pulled something like this off with regards to the distance of how far we had to go to get these type of bombs delivered to where they needed to go.
Well, didn't they fly in and out undetected?
Yes. Yeah, the reason why they had to use these bombers is, one, they are one of the very few equipped to hold these bunker busters, but two, they are you can't see these things on radar because of how they're shaped. They're shaped like one wing, and so they can fly low.
And there's a bathroom in there?
No.
Well, they have
bottles.
They have them hooked up to their suits, I think.
Yeah, they just pee in a bottle essentially.
So do you think though?
Condom catheter.
They could put one.
Do you think
bath
though?
In there next time.
Do you think though that this is also a message to the rest of the world by saying, we got.
Oh yeah.
Don't underestimate what we can do, China.
Yep.
Don't underestimate what we can do, Iraq. Don't underestimate what we can do, Jordan, Sudan. Any of these places that might want to get a little froggy. Know that we can literally send our B-2 bombers from Missouri and touch and get to any place in the world.
For sure.
I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight.
Is Marco Rubio really short?
And he's a really good listener. You see how his ears are literally twice the size of peak headsets?
Oh, he can hear
he's
things.
He's like an African elephant, where the other guys are like Asian elephants
Just
with
want
the
to let
small
everybody
ears.
know that we used Marco's ears to find out what was going on over there. We don't need satellite. We don't need satellite dishes or anything like that. We just put a soup bowl next to Marco's ear, and we can hear about anything that's happening. In fact, he's telling me what's happening in my Trump Tower in New York right now. Marco has been described as a taxi cab going down the street with its doors open. That's the type of ear that Marco's got. 2 times the ear power, ladies and gentlemen. He's got the B-2 bomber of ears. Although he's only 5'5", he's got
6 foot ears.
He's got ears of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but doesn't even have ears.
Kareem's ears weren't that big.
No,
there's no NBA player with ears that big. I guarantee you.
He might have the biggest ear to face ratio
since Dumbo
in the world.
Jesus Christ!
Not even.
I had to get Disney's rights in order to get Dumbo. I'm sorry, I had to buy the rights to the Dumbo movie in order to have Marco on TV with me tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
I bet if he fell from a burning hot air balloon, he'd be able to fly with those ears.
No, my God.
There's never
been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love...
This is where he got a little flapped up.
Our great military, protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
God bless the Middle East. How about that?
Yeah.
You never heard that before. So may I give you my observations if you don't care?
Sure.
So when I got home, none of this.
Stupid? Because you already
I took
came
that
out.
back.
Yeah.
I do apologize.
I got to step in and say, hold on. I got to step in and say that was a little abrasive.
It was abrasive. Whenever I try to be funny, I'm not. And so I take it all back. I'm not funny.
Yeah.
So it's not. It's fine. Let me give you my observations on this. When I came home, I wasn't watching TV, and I watched it all on my trip. And I got home, and my 13-year-old daughter said, what's going on, Dad? And so I described it to her like this. My entire life, Iran has been a provocateur of terrorism and of killing Christians and anyone who wasn't like them my whole life. It started before 1979 with the Iranian hostage crisis. And every president since Ronald Reagan, my entire life, has been dealing with Iran as a global funder of terrorism. They've funded virtually every terrorist organization for the last 40 years, like Trump said. And we were going back to Obama, but it goes back 40 plus years. And their sole purpose, their stated purpose, has been to kill all the Jews and to wipe the West off the map. This is not a provocative statement. It's been said by their leaders for decades. So my daughter's looking at me with her eyes wide open. I said, and then this president did what no other president did, but all said they would. I'm not going to allow them to have a nuclear bomb. What they showed in the last 2 weeks is they can get past this Iron Dome. They've got missiles that can make it now into Israel proper. If they have a dirty bomb now and they can make one of them into Israel, that's it. That's the end. That's the beginning of the nuclear world, World War III. And so what the intelligence has suggested over the last month is that Iran was literally within weeks. They've had enriched uranium for decades. It's for power. It's for power. It's for power. You don't put it 300 feet under a mountain for power. You put it in a nice nuclear facility above ground so you can get the most efficient power. And so we go and we do the bunker busters, and now we're the only one. DJT is the first person to make the entire world safe. You know who's really happy? Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Qatar, the UAE, everyone in the Middle East who's being quiet because they didn't have to do what Trump just did, and they're trying to have economic growth and social growth. So then my daughter asked a really brilliant question. Well, who's their allies? Is it Russia and North Korea? I said, yeah. And I said, China. And I said, but let me describe for what's going on. I said, North Korea is kind of a paper tiger.
Yeah, they're nothing.
They don't have the military they say they have. They literally will shoot bombs off that look like Iron Man 1. They go, now they're getting better, but they're not there yet. Trump has said it before. He will not let North Korea get a nuclear weapon either.
Plus Kim Jong is, Donald's, I think, probably.
They like each other.
Well, I mean, I can't even think of the last time a president went over there.
Never.
Trump was the last one to go over there, and he knows that Trump's a wild man, and just to go there shows you, the type of moxie that he's got.
Right.
And so Kim Jong is not in play with
No.
regards to screwing with
So
us.
I told her, I said, they have power that literally can't go on through the full night because they have such poor technology. But you're right. They're an ally. I said, Russia, their bandwidth is gone. They're in the middle of a war against Ukraine that's been going on for 3 years, so they don't financially or militarily have the ability to deal with this. They have nuclear weapons, but they're not going to use them in this situation. And then she said, what about China? And I said, they can't afford to not have us because we're their biggest consumer. Without the United States of America, China does not exist. And so that's my essential thing. And so this is a really scary time and all, but sort of not.
I think it's a much less scarier time today than it was on Friday.
For sure.
Because again, Donald Trump did what Barack did what Hillary would have done, and every president, with the exception of Joe Biden, has kind of kept Iran in check, for lack of a better term.
Do you think that was a fair assessment, Dan?
Yeah, I'm surprised that Iran hasn't done a dirty bomb. I mean, they have the hardware to get things to Israel, and I'm surprised they haven't just sprinkled a little uranium in there during the explosions just to freak everybody out.
You know why?
Why?
Because they don't want round 2 of what DJT's got.
I mean, they have. I don't know. I know everybody likes to say World War III and stuff, but I don't know who supports them because Putin came out and said that 2 million Russian-speaking, people are in Israel, and he goes, "We take that into account." And I'm reading right here. Russia is trying to play peacemaker in this, and they've decided to remain neutral.
I love
a ton
that.
of Russian Jews.
I love that.
But no one knew that on Friday, right? And that's great. It's kind of proving what I'm saying, which is no one can get involved to aid them because they've really alienated themselves.
Iran's,
thank you. I didn't even know that. That's
Iran's
awesome.
go-to allies are not locked in, are not behind this, and have kind of taken a step back.
The axis of evil, the former axis of evil.
And with what you just said, Putin said there's 2 million Jews in Israel, and he takes that in consideration. And
Russians,
I'm sorry, 2 million Russian Jews in Israel, and Putin's not going. He's going to take that in consideration in his defense or lack of defense in what Iran's doing. I think Iran miscalculated who potentially is on their side. They didn't know that we would go to this depth of being able to. This was a very large military, excursion, and I think
they had to have known something because they've been moving the uranium around.
Well, yes, they've been moving it around a little bit, but these 3 sites is where everything originates from. Now they'll move. I've read a couple things where they have some mobile sites where they're trying, but these were the 3 big ones that were left. Israel had already taken out a couple, and I think these were the final 3 that still had some life left in them, so to speak, with regards to being able to develop nuclear deal. I think if they don't come to the table within the next. I don't think there's going to be any world war because of what Putin just said, because there's not a world war without Russia.
Well, China's still supporting them.
But China is like what Jay said. China is going to be like, what? We're going to get involved in backing the bully of the Mideast so that we can now have even more issues with the United States and listen, their economy, just from the tariffs and things like their economy's not doing well right now.
They depend on us as consumers. If we're gone, they have no one to buy their product, and their economy shrivels up and dies.
Well, people were saying they're secretly doing it because they've already sent, I think it was 4 or 5 secret military planes in there.
Okay, no, bust me up with your 405.
Well,
okay?
I guess what's on the table too is someone could possibly sell them nuclear weapons.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is a big scare.
When we get back, we're going to talk about the B-2 bombers. That were actually the ones that delivered all this great news to Iran Saturday afternoon. B-2 bomber pilots had toilets, microwaves, and a cooler for snacks on their 37-hour bombing raid. So yeah, these didn't this all originate from Missouri?
Yeah.
I wonder if it was a Yeti.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what they
keep it cold for 30 hours, 38 hours. It better be a Yeti.
We'll get into that next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
That was because her questions were so smart.
What up?
Who's going to defend them? And I was like,
Thank
okay,
you, sir.
what? Go ahead. This thing won't let me sign on to YouTube without signing in. What do you have to do? It usually lets people go in as a guest. That'll talk. Now you won't even let me just view him. White Ice T, D. Thomas Gilson. What's up, Jay Bowler? GR. Just getting all lined up here. I'm a little behind the game on the chat, guys.
Hey, but Macho was able to make that thing Joe Exotic sent over last night.
Who's able to
make it a little bit bigger for you? It's a lot. I don't know what. Joe Exotic understands.
I got a piss. With the short stroke of the PA.
What is that basically?
It's a letter from Josh Dial apologizing to Joe Exotic for all the shit he talked.
I think you're right.
Joe
about
Exotic
that.
is, I guess he's saying,
Yeah,
all
short
these people
stroker.
are now.
Is that right, my Wally dog? No deaths? YouTube Land Lawmaker.
Oh, damn, everybody left you, Jay?
Yeah.
I'm sorry
they're all
about
by
that.
my lonesome.
I'm here.
Oh, feel better already. How was your week?
It was good. It was good. I'm an Oklahoma City fan, so I was pretty happy at the finals last night.
Oh, nice. I've been so out of it, I haven't paid attention to anything. It was really nice. I didn't check my email for a full 6 days, which is unhappy. You know, it doesn't happen.
Were you in Mexico?
Yeah, in the Sinaloa drug cartel.
Really?
Yeah, that's where this surf rate goes. They had Marines posted out on like the point where we go, and it was a trip, but the waves were amazing. It was awesome. It was great.
Like American Marines or
Mexican Marines.
Mexican Marines?
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Doc God?
I was like, damn, they have Marines in Mexico.
They're like, apparently they're cartel killers. They're like, you know, they were badasses, and they had real military machinery coming and changing. It made me actually feel good.
Yeah.
He needs to know. His lawyers need to know.
I know. Well, the cartels don't want to just decapitate you. They want to stop something from you, right? I mean,
Well, actually, they don't. They need tourism like everything else. They don't make money on killing tourists.
Right.
That puts unnecessary heat on them. That's not a good thing. And right now, they just have a loss of a leader. There's Mayo, and then the loss of, you know, El Chapo, who's gone now. So they don't have, you know, a leader. It's basically the cartels without a leader, which is a dangerous thing because then the local cartels try to like take the lead. But none of that applied, so it was awesome. The waves were good.
Why don't we bomb the cartel? That'd be a 4-minute trip.
Good luck.
4 minute, maybe. They wouldn't even need a Yeti for that one.
I know.
The drinks to stay cold.
Woo.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today's after show, me, Lummy, and Seth. Hello.
Hey, Bubba, I just wanted to comment. I know Lummy mentioned that ivermectin cream. It works good for lice on your kids. One treatment, 5 minutes, knocked it right out. I had a problem with my daughter last year at school, and we were doing all the lice treatments over the counter, you know, multiple applications, bunch of money. Walmart sells ivermectin cream in the lice section. Like I said, 5 minutes, one application, you're done and over with.
Nice.
Man, what is wrong with your phone,
typing?
my friend? Yeah. Are you working? Your phone, the quality of your phone's horrible, my friend.
There a transcriptionist?
Gotta love AT&T.
Yeah, appreciate it. So somebody at school caught lice, then usually all the kids get it, or a lot, and then
Happens a lot.
Yeah, and then you got to treat your kid with lice. It's not that you're uncleanly or
It's the opposite, Bubba. They like clean hair. They don't like greasy hair. Right. They tell them when there's a lice epidemic, they tell the kids not to wash their hair as much because the lice don't like dirty hair. They like the clean hair.
Why is it just a kid thing, though, Dan? I mean,
because they're close proximity in class.
as far as
adults can get it.
Yeah, Seth, if you want to get a little closer here, I'll give you some lice.
We call them crabs.
Well, that's sexual. So,
I'm sorry.
Anyway, buddy, I appreciate your call. How do you catch the show?
YouTube every day.
Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, bud. So the B-2 bombers here. Before I play this, I was going through, and they were talking about that's what these things look like right here. They're a 2-pilot operation, and pilots aboard the 7 B-2 stealth bombers used to attack Iran flew for 37 hours nonstop during the longest mission for the plane since 2001. There were here's the map. Well, here I'll get into this momentarily, but here so they flew out of Missouri, right, Dan? I mean, Lummy, and then these areas here are where they refueled. So in midair, and they got and I think isn't the one of the refueling stations is MacDill? Don't they have the refueling?
The planes, yes. The refueling planes is one of the refueling centers.
Right.
Yes.
So they refueled them, which looks like to be just maybe just off the U.S. coast a little bit, north Maine-ish, and they made it clear till just outside of Spain. They got more fuel there, and then they made it all the way to almost Turkey. They refueled there, and then I'm assuming they bombed them and then turned back around and probably, refueled at these particular places, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did they go the other way back? Because I thought they stopped at Hawaii at some point.
The fake ones did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here are the 75 precision guided missile guided weapons, including there was 14 GBU-57s. Massive ordnance penetrator, the bunker buster. Those are 20.5 feet long. They weigh 30,000 pounds and are delivered by a B-2 bomber. And then they had 30 BGM-109 Tomahawk cruiser missiles. They range anywhere between 18.5 to 20 and a half feet.
They dropped 30 of those on a nuclear site.
Yeah, they can go at 570 miles an hour. They weigh about 3,500 pounds with booster, and they can go 1,500 miles.
I thought they would be faster. Planes are that fast.
Is this various radar, or this shows the
It was
site.
let in by fighter jets to protect it.
Oh, they were?
Yep.
Okay, here is a picture of when they refuel. This big plane like sticks its penis inside of its refueling vagina right there, and blasts you full of fuel.
Oh, man,
Never heard it described like that before. Man, that's exactly how it happens.
Exactly. Here is a little article about it. Oh, this is them actually. I think this is them returning.
Yeah, they return home. Yep.
How fast are these?
They go over Mach 1, but I don't think they quite hit Mach 2. So it means they go over 700 miles an hour, but I don't think they go 15. They probably go about 1,200.
And they probably don't.
Maybe.
They probably don't. That's not cruising speed, because that's probably as fast as they could potentially go speed, and they'd be wasting too much gas going that fast the entire time. So I'm thinking that, they didn't go that fast. They were probably cruising, at what, 600-700 miles an hour maybe.
Probably. You don't see them with their landing gear down much in the air.
I've never seen one live before.
Oh, really? They've had a couple do a flyover at Raymond James.
Oh, have they?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And that's them landing.
Do those guys get like 2 weeks off after they do a mission like that?
Man,
do they get?
They should.
Probably get a week off.
They should, right?
They probably get a lot of vagina too.
You think they do?
Oh,
well,
yeah.
I mean, they're probably all married men, right?
What do you Let me. What do you think they're waiting at the fence, like for them to land, and they're flashing?
Yeah.
You got some.
It's that bar. It's that bar. It's just like in Top Gun.
You got
man.
some bunker,
You got all them girls there.
bunker busting buddy,
That's right. It's like
buddies.
an officer and a gentleman.
You know,
man.
like
It's
they
all
have-
local chicks.
Oh, tell me about the refuel,
Like they have,
baby.
Bust a bunker when he gets home.
They
for
got
sure.
badge buddies for the cops. They got puck buddies for the hockey guys, and now they got bunker buster buddies for the bombers. That, hey, listen, if there was a hot chick and she wanted to give some ass to a hero, you might as well give it to that guy, right?
Right, he's the only hero this week.
What does high subsonic mean? That's what it says the speed is.
High
Dan.
subsonic means just under 700 miles an hour.
Yeah, so
that means
680.
Okay.
So someone said the B2 top speed's 1,000, and it cruises around 6.
Here's J.D. Vance. Why is it to me that he always looks like he has eye makeup on?
He's just got
beautiful eyes.
Yeah, it's really just the pretty eyes.
Just beautiful eyes.
And the second thing is, Kristen, I certainly empathize with Americans who are exhausted after 25 years of foreign entanglements in the Middle East. I understand the concern, but the difference is that back then we had dumb presidents, and now we have a president who actually knows how to accomplish America's national security objectives.
We had dumb presidents.
So this is not going to be some long, drawn-out thing. We've got in, we've done the job of setting their nuclear program back. We're going to now work to permanently dismantle that nuclear program over the coming years, and that is what the president has set out to do. Simple. And the second thing is, Kristen,
Well, I mean, I know that we had dumb presidents. We had one dumb president, and he completely had his eye off of immigration. He completely had his. I mean, we've prior to this Iranian bombing, we've been talking about ICE, and we've been talking about immigration reform and rounding up illegal immigrants and what have you. And we've often gone back in the last couple weeks and played what, Lummy? What have we gone back and played the last couple weeks? I'll answer the question since you're probably drunk.
Well, no, I was Joe. I was going back and forth with Joe Exotic. Sorry.
Okay, well, let's not worry about him. We don't have him on our plate right now.
Yes.
Oh
sorry.
no, we
905.
Oh, we do have him.
Yeah, standing still. That's why. I'm sorry.
Oh, I forgot. I probably should go to words.
No, because he's coming at 905. That's why I was trying to delay him.
Oh, so
that's what I was just working on. I'm sorry.
I completely forgot that we had him today. Joe Exotic, and there's a big Joe Exotic news that he released over the weekend, right?
He was part of the bombing of Iran?
No, he's not, Dan. Lummy, what did he release that Joshua Dial and all these people lied?
Yeah, he's on the warm line right now.
Is he on warm line?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
To reject this call, hang up now.
How do I accept it?
I think you just stay on the line. Is it okay if I tap out with Joe?
Yeah, see you later.
See you, Dan.
I don't know how to. I don't know how to accept
Maybe
it.
is it a hit 1?
I think it was 1, wasn't it? Yesterday, last time.
You guys told me to hit 1 and it disconnected it.
He'll call back. Yeah, he sent a bunch of emails late last night to us about Josh Dial.
What I was saying is, during the midst of the immigration program, we haven't had dumb presidents. We've had one president that completely went off everybody else's that were president script. Hopefully he'll call back. You guys told me to hit 1 and that was a disconnect.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'll take the heat for
That's okay. I didn't know what we got.
Sorry, Joe.
So we went back to President Clinton's State of the Union address back in 96. Here he is right there. I'll get him.
All right.
Joe, is that you?
This call will be recorded and subject to monitoring at any time. To accept this call, press 5.
Oh.
To block this call, you may begin speaking now.
Joe.
Morning.
How are you, Joe?
Good. How are you doing?
Good. It looks like you had kind of a busy weekend.
I don't know what you're talking about.
about all these emails from that
Josh Dial.
From Josh Dial.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I got. Isn't that crazy?
Well, walk us through it.
Well, first of all, I don't understand these people. 7 years ago, it was all about their fame, what they could put in their pockets, put me in jail in order to become somebody. Now that the news won't pick up on their stories or do anything, they all want to come forward with these confessions thinking that that's going to make them famous.
So are you saying basically, Joe, they've exhausted all the things that they've been doing to get you in jail, and now nobody's paying attention to them and any of that nonsense, and so now they're switching their positions and admittedly saying that they were not being truthful to hopefully get some traction that way.
Isn't that yeah? But isn't that crazy? That's the whole purpose of why Jeff and James and Lauren and Alan turned over their cell phones with all those recordings of the federal agents telling them how to lie, is because when the feds took Jeff's zoo away, and he couldn't get in the news every day, because when I first got in jail, they were in the news every day. Oh, Joe this, Joe that. Joe's this bad guy. And then after the feds turned on them and took the zoo away from them, then they turned over their cell phones because they were recording the feds all the time.
No.
See, Josh has got the same thing going on right now with his email he sent.
No,
I'm sorry that I made so much money and used Travis's debt to exploit for profit. I mean, come on.
Now, Joe, but where do you take it from here, Joe? What's the next step? Have you gotten this information to your attorneys? Are they gonna try to do something with it, or is it just a bunch of nonsense that won't help you? Will this help you?
Well, I mean, if I ever get a new trial, Bubba, it will help me. But I've been on appeal for 3 years now, waiting for the court to either grant me a new trial or not. But hell, we've got over 1,000 exhibits and new evidence in my appeal now. But will all of this help me at some point? With a new trial? But I'm sure that my attorneys have already sent all of this. I have a clemency on file. I just got another email this morning that my clemency's been accepted, and I've got a active clemency on file. I've got a clemency number, and everything that we get like this, they email forward, to the U.S. pardon attorney and add it to my clemency.
So, Joe, what are they saying has taken so long for you to get your appeal heard? What are they telling you?
Well, I can tell you what it is. It's the U.S. Attorney's Office does not want to lose this conviction, okay? And the judge was just as corrupt in this whole deal as anybody else, along with the Assistant U.S. Attorney Amanda Green in the Western District of Oklahoma, because I filed for a new trial, a motion for a new trial in Oklahoma City, and he sat on it for 19 months, almost a year and a half. And we had to file a motion of mandamus to make him answer, and then he denied it within 2 hours. Didn't even look at the merits of my appeal. So that took 19 months. Now I've been waiting a year and 3 months on Denver to rule whether I can have a new trial or not. It's just the corrupt system.
You know, and you know what, Joe? Here's the thing. A lot of people that have you on the air, a lot of people that know you, a lot of people that watch Tiger King, a lot of people don't. And I have my attorney in here with me today. I certainly understand the corruption of the system, and when you are in their crosshairs of being the bad guy, they will absolutely screw you to no end. And that's what I think. Jay, is that what you think's happening here? They just don't want to give this guy an opportunity to tell us, for an appeal because they could potentially be wrong?
The United States government is an incredibly strong opponent, and they have resources and connections that the rest of us civilian population just don't have. So
and that's absolutely correct, because when they arrested me, they held me in a county jail in Chickasha, Oklahoma, in solitary confinement. I couldn't call. I couldn't help find any evidence in my emails, on the zoo, in my house. They held me without bond. They basically kidnapped me, put me in solitary confinement. I had to use public defenders, and then the public defenders had some kind of deal worked out with the prosecutors and the judge that during my trial I couldn't discuss Carol Baskin's husband missing. I couldn't discuss Jeff and James and Lauren raping girls at the zoo and drugging them and identity theft and their bank fraud. I couldn't explain my side of the story of why I said anything, because they had a gag order on me.
Now, Joe, did you go to a jury trial, or did you do a plea deal?
No, I went to a jury trial because that's where it started with one charge. This is where I don't understand why President Trump and his team doesn't see any kind of recognition here. I started with one charge, and when I asked for my constitutional right to a jury, a fair trial, then they superseded me and charged me with 21 more charges.
You know, unfortunately for you, for as right as you may be with all of those things you say, it's just too much of a political hot potato for Trump to touch this, I think, unfortunately, because they'll just vilify him no matter what. Even if everything you say is 100% right and you got railroaded and all this evidence should have come in and you deserved a new trial, the political landmine that he would get would be uncontrollable.
From a federal prison.
Think it's any worse than dropping 14 Buster bombs on Iran?
Well, here's the deal, Joe.
Yeah, but he didn't save the world from nuclear war by letting you out.
I think, Joe, you need to run with the Carol Baskin, the angle and the fact that she got nothing, and you didn't. And at the end of the day, I think this is the third or fourth time we've talked to you. You didn't threaten her life, other than when you were doing your little show where you would show like a doll of her and you'd hit her in the head with a baseball bat, but that was on the internet and it was all in parody and hyperbole and things speech. Like and it's unprotected under free speech. Like, they don't have you on any recording talking to an undercover agent saying, I'll pay you X amount of dollars or do any type of consideration for you to actually kill Carol Baskin. To my understanding, there's nothing like that exists.
They have nothing.
And so for them to use your stupid internet show, and I don't mean that disrespectfully, but just for you to raise hell and put a knife a voodoo doll of Carol Baskin's, and for them to have been able to put you away for 20 plus years for that is just the biggest railroad job ever. And the appeal process may be your only hope, and it's looking like they're screwing you on that.
They're trying really hard. Hopefully I'll get an answer back this year and something will happen. But I still have faith in President Trump coming through. If he's going to let murderers out and people off of life sentences, what is Joe Exotic? But thanks to y'all, and I'm getting on 5-6 radio shows a week now. I'm on Tim Young's show. I'm on James Parker's show. John Clay Wolf's show. People are starting to talk, and at some point, it's going to be more political for me than it is for him, because America sees the injustice, and if they want these votes next election, they're going to have to do something.
Now, Joe, do you think that they portrayed you correctly at all in the Big Tiger King series, or did they embellish? Was there a lot of lies told on that thing as well? Because that's what everybody knows you by. We only know by what we saw on the documentary. We don't know the real truth.
Well, I seen it for the first time a few months ago because we're working on a lawsuit against Netflix, and I was pretty upset with it. I mean, the people that worked at the zoo sure lied their backsides off in order to get the money from Eric Good, the producer, in order to carry his agenda. They made me out to be this big meth head, which I'm not. Did I ever dabble, and party once in a while? Absolutely, But being a meth head, no way. Because I took care of my parents, I ran a zoo, and I ran 3 restaurants and a nightclub. And you never saw me with no teeth or with my clothes off. Everybody else in that show had no teeth, their clothes off. And that was why they didn't like me, because I had such a strict policy of no drugs and alcohol on that zoo. Because people get killed. I mean, look, Saf lost her arm, but...
Now, what's Carol Baskin doing have you heard an update on what she's doing nowadays?
Last I heard was when TMZ did the story on her selling her zoo for $19.5 million.
Yeah, she sold it this year.
Yeah, she sold it this year. I think they're going to put some condos in there.
Yep.
Or something like that. Did she disappear? I mean, does she think she's still in the area? Or think she's gone?
Well, according to TMZ, the story that they did on television, they did an investigative story because after she sold her property for $19.5 million, she bought a $1 million house there in Clearwater and turned it in on her taxes as her office.
She was the one that did. She really is the one that did you in, Carol Baskin.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Her and good old Kamala. It was all about the Big Cat Safety Act, which she's exempt from. Her little organization, the Global Federation of Animal Sanctuary, is exempt from it. So
now, what happened? Whatever happened to the Jeff Lurie guy? What's he doing now? Is he still in Vegas? Being corrupt or?
Well, he's wanted in Vegas and he's wanted in Oklahoma City. He's hiding out in Mexico.
Oh, he is.
Yeah.
What's he wanted for?
He's wanted in Las Vegas for having those illegal animals and a bunch of other stuff. I know when he was arrested, there was a bunch of registered sex offenders in his house and a bunch of firearms, and he was a convicted felon to start with. And then in Oklahoma City, he's wanted for DUI, not showing up for court. But no, he's down in Mexico, I'm sure, doing the.
This call is from a federal prison.
Doing in Las Vegas and Oklahoma, and that was luring young girls from the internet to his place and drugging them and having his way with them. That's just Jeff's way of life.
Kind of like a Tiger King P. Diddy kind of deal.
Exactly, because that's what happened at the zoo. And if you go to joeexoticofficial.com, you'll hear phone recordings of him and his wife fighting, accusing each other of rape, because they would lure people to the zoo, girls to the zoo with baby tigers, and then drug them with ketamine and cocaine and rape them and videotape them and blackmail them.
And so this is available at joeexotic.com.
Official.com.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Joe Exotic
Straight
Official.
off of their telephone.
joeexoticofficial.com, and that's where people can also help you too as well, right, Joe?
And they can. There's different donation links and stuff you can buy, but the big thing that I need is go look at the evidence and listen to all the phone recordings and spread it around and start asking the question, why is Joe the one in jail when everybody admitted to perjury?
And how many years are you now? 8?
Going on 8, yes, sir.
8 years in jail. Wow. Well, Joe, we'll talk to you next Monday. We'll obviously continue to promote your site. I'm going to go back and you know what, this week, before I talk to Joe again next Monday, I'm going to have listened to these phone calls on the air and for us to have a better understanding as to that whole thing.
Perfect.
I will make sure that my team sends you the links to them if you can't find them.
Fantastic. Joe, be safe. Another week of being safe. Are you getting better? Are you feeling better?
I'm losing weight by the day, but I'm holding my own.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you, my friend. We're going to listen to those phone calls, and we'll talk to you on Monday. Okay, bud?
Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Joe. Bye. I think Jay's right in the fact that, you know, with I think that he doesn't have a chance for a Trump pardon. This is just, I don't know. I mean, Trump forgave the Chrisleys, and they stole $12 million?
$20 million in loans. I just looked it up.
Yeah, I mean, and it was worse. I mean, I think they had them locked in, didn't they? I mean, it wasn't even a Trump loan kind of deal where Trump paid all of his loans back. They had him.
He sure did.
They had him hemmed up on the fact that he may have embellished the Mar-a-Lago value, whereas realistically he had it undervalued by about $20 million. That was a complete railroad witch hunt job, you know, with regards to the 34 counts that they found Trump guilty on.
Joe needs somebody to be his champion. Joe needs like the Pope or Taylor Swift. Or Kid Rock, maybe Kid Rock for Trump.
This is Kid Rock.
Yeah, Kid Rock could get him. Like, he needs somebody
Kid Rock would be good
big to latch on to get on Trump's radar.
Oh, you should have asked him if he heard the news about Hogan being on his deathbed.
No, I want to get back on.
We don't want that spreading around the jail. I mean, that could
Yeah, we don't want that spreading around the jail.
I gotcha.
I don't know, but Jay, you could see where, you know, they're like they're taking their time on his appeal, and listen, I know, and you'll back me, once you get on the bad guy list, you're the bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, nobody's bigger than the U.S. government. I don't care how many attorneys you have, how affluent you may or may not be. Nobody can fight City Hall. I mean, that expression, nobody can fight City Hall.
I fought the law, and the law won.
Yeah, they always win. So I don't know, Lummy man. Poor Joe.
Don't tell Joe he might not get pardoned. I get that. You know, a man needs hope, I think, in prison.
What do you think of the lawyer?
Yeah,
You're
Jay.
screwed.
Yeah, Jay, maybe next Monday, if you're in here, maybe throw Joe a little bit of a bone.
I feel kind of the same about him that I do the Chrisleys. Two things can be right at the same time.
I don't agree with the Chrisley pardon at all.
But I think they can be railroaded and still be people that I don't particularly care about.
But did
you know what I mean? It's like I just put them in the pain of mind file.
Did they embellish? Did they steal $12 million from the bank?
I don't know enough to speak really factually on it. From what I understand, the sentencing for what the charges were even proved was extremely harsh and way outside the normal parameters for a nonviolent crime.
I think that I agree with you. I think they did it, and I think the sentencing guidelines was like 3 to 6 years, and they got 12.
It's like,
and
yeah, I mean,
they all did,
ridiculous.
and they did their 3. So I think that's where I'm more leaning towards, in the fact that they did it, but they probably did the amount of time that most people that weren't railroaded would have done. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Let me more Trump bunker buster deal. Trump says damage to Iran's nuclear sites is far below ground level. So I don't know if this is just a reiteration of what we already know. If it is, we'll get out of it.
Yeah, it's kind of just a news story from ABC's
how they're telling it.
Yeah.
Or do we go right to Drake has bet $8 million like in the last 3 weeks and lost?
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Right here. I'm sure it's not.
Our next guest has led the Arms Control Association's research and policy advocacy on a range of issues, including the cancellation of new nuclear weapons programs and the 2015 nuclear deal with Iran, which President Trump withdrew from 2 years after the deal went into effect. Daryl Kimball, the executive director of the Arms Control Association, joins us next. How did we get to where we are?
It is the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, the first nuclear, that this was not good enough. He was urged by his advisors and many in the Republican Party to pull out of the deal. He made additional demands on the Iranians They did not take the bait. They did not go to the negotiating table. And then beginning in 2019, they began building up their capabilities again.
All right.
And
Shit. We'll get let's get into Drake and Fat Joe.
Yeah. Everyone knows about bunker bombs.
Yeah. And then this dad spending $1,000 for breakfast. Oh, I love this too. We'll get into that. Bobby Altoff asking.
What's up, Grouper Lips? How you doing, buddy?
Each has one of the families.
So when the Thunder got Shea Alexander,
What's up, Hermagram?
they gave up Paul George and they got Shea Gilgeous, 5 first-round picks. How many? 5 first-round picks, Shea Gilgeous Alexander, and 2 pick swaps.
God. And that was for crappy ass Paul George. And did he ever do anything since?
No, he's been hurt a lot.
Where did he go? Who gave that up from?
He's in. Well, that was the Clippers, and now he's with Philly.
The Clippers gave 5 number 1s for that motherfucker.
Yep, and Shea Gilgeous Alexander.
Yeah. And the MVP of the league.
And the finals.
And yeah, all world, everything.
What's up, Bill XL Gaming?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Mark from Tarpon let me on the PayPal. 100. PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, all at the Bubba Army. Appreciate you a lot. even if I had as much money as Drake did, what's he worth? A couple $100 million bucks?
Oh yeah,
at least. I don't think I'm a little bit of a gambler, but I wouldn't go crazy. And Seth actually got this report for me, and then I found a video of it. And listen to this, how much of a degenerate and the levels of betting that Drake just has gone through. Did they give a time, Seth? Has this been like in the last couple weeks or last couple? It was my understanding it hasn't been that long of a time.
The recent one was that he lost $8 million, I think.
Yeah, last month.
Yeah. This was like the last 30 days.
He's worth $250 million.
Feels the shocking amount of money he lost gambling. The rapper opens up about the downsides of his gambling habit.
You said he's worth how much, Jay?
$250 million as of 2025.
By revealing exactly how much money he lost in 1 month of placing sports bets.
That's 250,000 millions. 250,000 millions is what 250 million.
So in the last 30 days, this is what he's lost, or this is what he's wagered in sports betting in the last 30 days.
In a post to his Instagram story on June 19th, Drake shares a screenshot that gave an overview of his net profits from wagering bets over the course of 1 month.
Ouch.
Wagered, is that 50 million?
Yeah.
Profit minus 5.8 million.
Oof.
Now, how do you bet on Fortnite?
That's for the night.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. For the night.
Is it?
Yeah, they have the week before that night and then the month.
I see.
So for the night, for that one particular night of this screenshot, he wagered $75 million. And after it was all shook out, he lost 5.9. And then for the month, he had wagered now
1/2 of his net worth?
Yes.
What?
Yes. $124 million.
That's insane.
And he lost 8.
Just trying to win it back.
My God.
Double down.
Don't you think he needs a handler or a Tom Bean to step in and say, we have got to burn a timeout, buddy?
I don't
According
think.
to the,
I think every time he puts out an album, like 8 songs go to number 1. I don't.
I'd be in the recording studio right now.
The guy he loves sports, and I don't know if he's posting all the time when he wins big. I know he makes massive bets, but I would imagine he's doing okay still.
Yeah, I would say.
The Image, the 38-year-old, has lost a total of over $8 million after placing over $124 million worth of bets throughout the 4-week period. Drake writes on the Image, "Gotta share the other side of gambling. Losses are so."
No, I'm not going to mention who it is, but there is somebody that I'm pretty good friends with that had a little bit of a gambling issue, and he would bet where they get you, Lummy, is you get a bookie.
Yes.
And what they do is it'd be like, let's say, it'd be like Ohio State minus 28 versus Northwestern. And you'd have to put up like 200,000 to win 10 grand. But it's such a no-brainer that these big whales would put, listen, it's an easy way to win 10 grand. Well, then occasionally 2 or 3 times in a fiscal year, those teams will get upset. Next thing you know, your buddy is taking your bookie a brown paper bag full of $220,000. That's how they get you these lopsided, gonna get crushed deals, and it's such a lopsided upside that they fall for it. That's where that's the friend that I had. That's what they got involved in.
Tried right now. However, he does express hope that his luck will turn around soon.
How about
he expresses hope?
Yeah, how about expressing hope that you need to write a couple more records and maybe win some of this back, and let's kind of scale it down a little bit?
I hope I can post a big win for you all soon, cause I am the only one who has never seen a max. These guys max once a week. And this isn't the first time that Drake has offered a peek into his gambling hobby.
Listen, I think it was Charles Barkley or somebody said that Michael Jordan at one time was such a degenerate gambler. And listen, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but Seth, there's this ongoing urban legend that one of the reasons why his father died was because of gambling bets, and the bad guys targeted his father to send him a message. Wasn't that kind of out there in the ethers, Phil, in the internet?
Yeah. It's still people still believe it.
Yeah, that that his dad was virtually gunned down at probably a meeting place.
He was on the side of the road,
right? But that might have been where he was supposed to have met a bookie or something like that to pay off some stuff.
Yeah, he met him at a North Carolina rest area.
Yeah,
Michael Jordan's dad was meeting people to pay off Michael Jordan's bet.
Well, or his own. There were betting inferences to Michael Jordan. I think we can say this, that there were betting inferences to Michael Jordan's father's untimely death. And he would be such a degenerate that they would be on an elevator, Lummy. And I think Barkley told the story, and they would bet 10 grand on if the elevator was going to, they'd be on floor 10, and they'd bet like 10 grand if the elevator's going to make it all the way down without stopping, or if it stops on a floor. Like, they were just bet on anything.
Hey, guys had to make their own fun before the internet.
It's right. Before video games, right, you had to make your own fun.
Earlier this year, he shares a glimpse at one of his wins, revealing that he made $630,000 on a $210,000 bet that the Baltimore Ravens would beat the Pittsburgh Steelers in a January 11th NFL game. Alongside a screenshot of...
See, I've tried betting a few times, like 100 or 2, and it makes me too... I can't enjoy the game. I can't enjoy the game. Because did somebody just spill something? Hello, everybody just is immediately quiet.
So. I'm not here to rat anybody out.
I heard like a fumbling of something.
There's something in the audio chain.
Yeah.
His estimated payout.
Notice how everybody just immediately goes quiet. They won't let me know. I think it was you, Lummy. Did you drop something?
I was just sitting here. I didn't drop anything.
A sports betting app.
I was looking up. Drake said that he played ping pong against MJ, 10,000.
Michael Jordan.
Yeah, and Michael Jordan wouldn't quit until he won, and it took him 13 games.
Drake writes at the time.
There was just one Michael Jordan story. I heard that he was in the playoffs. It was in the middle of the playoffs. It was in Chicago, and they were at this buddy's card room. And Jordan was down like 600 grand, and literally he had to be at the stadium like by 10 in the morning or something like that. And he, it was like 10 at night while they're gambling, and he's down like $500,000 or something like that. And he stayed until 7 in the morning and got it whittled down to 50 grand. Paid his 50 and went to practice.
On Instagram, Wildcard.
There you go. Even if I had that kind of money, I'd be sick to my stomach watching the game. Just a nervous wreck.
He can go make $8 million back because somebody pays him to do a private birthday party or bar mitzvah for $8 million in Dubai or something like that.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure that guy, if he just went on tour, like what did the Eros tour? Didn't the Eros tour for Taylor Swift make over $1 billion? I think her Eros tour, the latest one that she did, I think she grossed or maybe even netted over $1 billion. Probably grossed $1 billion. That's who Joe Exotic needs to be.
Taylor Swift?
Yeah.
It said it almost $2 billion on the last tour for Taylor Swift.
Grossed?
Yes.
Yeah.
Jeez.
$2 billion. Drake could go and do a world tour and make probably half as much.
Oh, he tours all the time. Yeah, he sells out all over.
Man, it's just one every day. Every day there's a new somebody, whether it's Fat Joe or P Diddy or whoever. that's getting in trouble for doing some bad stuff back in the day.
At the Knicks this big time. Prince Charming.
Welcome back to GMA3. You are listening to the new single, I Got You, from one of the most recognizable voices in music. He's a hip-hop legend and cultural icon who's been setting the music world on fire for decades.
Obviously, this is vibing out, right? Obviously, Lummy, this is from a while back because there's a Christmas tree behind him.
Yes.
Right over here. And after nearly 15 years, he has a new solo album.
Where are the white people?
Coming.
Good Morning America.
3. It's Good Morning America 3.
What's Good Morning America? What's 1 and 2?
The white people.
White and Hispanic.
Now, please welcome multi-platinum selling Grammy-nominated artist and entrepreneur, Fat Joe in the house.
Yeah, I'm Fat Joe, man, and I got some, sexual allegations against me right now.
I told you, I love this fit right here. You said you're wearing it because it's cold outside.
I want to say, like, does this get into it at all, or is this just a warm and fuzzy? I don't think that this.
It's a warm and fuzzy on him.
Let's get into the. Joseph Fat Joe is being accused of sex trafficking and fraud, and more in a new lawsuit brought about a former employee. The 157-page lawsuit was filed June 19th in a Southern District of New York by lawyer Tyrone Blackburn on behalf of Terrence T.A. Dixon, who says he worked with Fat Joe for 15 years, from 05 to 20, as a hype man, lyricist, background vocalist, security team, and creative collaborator. Looks like he did it all, right?
Or did nothing.
True. In the complaint, Dixon alleges that Fat Joe and his associates systematically engaged in coercive labor exploitation. Jay, what's that mean? Like making you work longer than a 12?
Yeah.
Financial fraud, sexual manipulation, violent intimidation, and psychological coercion. Dixon claims that he contributed lyrics, vocals, and creative direction to several of Fat Joe's songs, including Congratulations and Ice Cream, without any recognition or fair compensation. Let me. Where's all the I think the sexual stuff's down.
I sent you an E video on it.
Oh, that breaks it.
Yeah, they kind of talk about it.
Oh, okay, good. I'm not, because I'm a horrible reader. You know what I'm saying?
Rapper Fat Joe is denying allegations brought forth by his former hype man in a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. After Terrence T.A. Dixon filed a complaint alleging that he witnessed the rapper groom, isolate, and sexually exploit minors while employed by his company, a lawyer for Fat Joe, whose real name is Joseph Antonio Cartagena, fired back, calling the suit a blatant act of retaliation. Attorney Joe Tacopina tells E! News in a statement,
Joe Tacopina!
Yeah.
June 20th, the allegations against Mr. Cartagena are complete fabrications, lies intended to damage his reputation and force a settlement through public pressure. Mr. Cartagena will not be intimidated. In Dixon's complaint submitted to court June 19th, he accused Cartagena of exploiting him sexually and financially during his 16-year employment.
All right, so the guy that worked for him is saying that he was sexually exploited.
Yes, he was.
Dixon alleged Cartagena forced him.
Was that? Oh, hold on.
Is it tough
to perform?
Is it tough to be somewhere for 16 years, Jay, and then say all this stuff happened?
I was wondering the same thing.
Jay, being an attorney, he'd be like, "Yeah, Mr. Whoever."
I'm going to do that to Bubba in about 5 more years.
If you gave oral to this guy, why'd you keep doing it for 16 years?
I've praised you my whole life, and in about 5 more years, they're going to say that I've contributed and that you exposed me to sexual proclivities that I had no business looking at.
Okay, great.
An alleged Cartagena
I'll get Steve to rap me.
forced him to perform more than 4,000 sexual acts to maintain his standing in the
4,000
company, saying in the suit that the alleged stunts were designed to degrade and exert control under the guise of loyalty tests. The lawsuit reads,
I think it would be pretty safe to say that out of the employees I have left here, you and Macho Man and Seth, that I've never, ever asked to do anything sexually to you.
No.
Or anything like that.
No, sir.
Sexual acts were induced not by choice, but by fear, dependency, and fraud. Each encounter carried an unspoken message: refuse and you lose everything. In one alleged instance, the complaint said Dixon's travel plans were abruptly canceled and he was stranded in a foreign country without any money after refusing to participate in a sex act. Fearing financial punishment, professional sabotage, and physical retaliation,
Now, Jay, wouldn't this guy that's making these allegations need some sort of proof? A text, multi-series of texts, video of said act, something, right?
Yes.
Complaints said Dixon often complied with Cartagena's alleged demands, including unpaid labor in songwriting, tour management, and security. During his employment, Dixon alleged that he also witnessed Cartagena engage in sexual relations with children who were 15 and 16 years old.
Now, it's a pretty strong allegation. You better have some proof of that.
Dixon is seeking up to $20 million in damages for unpaid performance wages, lost per diem, stolen publishing revenue, unpaid royalties, and physical and emotional injuries, according to the lawsuit. However, Cartagena's attorney, Joe Tacopina, tells E! News that Dixon's suit is a desperate attempt to deflect attention from a civil complaint the MC filed in April, accusing Dixon and his lawyer, Tyrone Blackburn, of extortion and slander. Tacopina says, "We didn't just sue a disgruntled former employee trying to revive a false claim from 15 years ago. We sued the lawyer behind it all. We have taken legal action to expose this fraudulent campaign and hold everyone involved accountable." E! News has reached out to Dixon's attorney for comment, but hasn't heard back.
I don't know.
I can't stand old allegations. I think it's just like Seth's saying. I mean, for 16 years, and you're just now bringing it out, and then you're bringing out the sexual allegations about children. If you really saw that stuff, wouldn't the human being inside of you compel you to tell someone about it immediately, not wait until you have like you didn't pay me overtime claim, and I watched you have sex with 15-year-olds 10 years ago?
Wouldn't it be I'm not saying that you should be charged as an accomplice, but if indeed you witnessed something 10, 12 years ago of your boss that's, taking sexual liberties or doing sexual stuff to underage people, and you at that time didn't report it, not that that's as bad as the act in itself, but that's not good.
You need immunity.
Right?
Yes.
What I'm just saying is
you can't witness someone sexually assaulting a child and then come to Jesus 10 years later and say, "Oh my God, I watched this guy sexually assault a child."
I mean, if you're
that's
the attorney,
a participant.
If you're the attorney of Fat Joe, while you're deposing this guy, Jay, isn't one of your very first questions? So, sir, you say this and this and this and this and this and this happened to kids.
So you witnessed this.
Yeah. Why didn't you turn it in then? Why are you letting it? Why did you let 12 and a half years go? You don't think those kids deserve justice back then?
Well, he says now he's starting to have PTSD and starting to remember when Fat Joe would force him to have sex with the women. And so now he's having.
He forced him to have sex with women.
Yeah, right. that was what it was. Orgies on.
Don't bust me up.
I guess that's why he got left in Spain, because he didn't want to have sex with this one woman. Why Fat Joe watched, so Fat Joe got mad and left him there.
The P Diddy stuff just has everybody going crazy. Jay, I know you make a lot of money, but if you took your kids to Disney, you and your lovely wife, and the bill for breakfast was $1,000.
I won't go there right now. I'm too cheap.
A family of five's breakfast at Disneyland in California has gone viral after a father shared a
900 and no more than that. It would be 937 plus 150, right?
Yeah.
Photo on social media of the meal's pricey nearly $1,000 receipt. Ex-user John Rock'n'Roll Tolkien, or Adrock'n'Drolt, took to the social media platform on Monday to share his sticker shock after he received a $937.65.
I remember one time going to the Atlantis in Bahamas, me and Heather and the kids, and the breakfast buffet was $49, and all the kids, we went the first morning, and all the kids ate were just the Fruit Loops and the Frosted Flakes in a box with some milk. That's all they got. So I told Heather, listen, we'll just let the kids stay up in the room tomorrow, and we'll go down and have breakfast, and then I'll just steal a couple boxes of Fruit Loops. You take a glass of milk to go, and we're saving $100. I mean,
that's clever
for
parenting.
Breakfast at Disney Princess Breakfast Adventures. The guest said that the meal was for 2 kids and 3 adults, with the total including a $150 tip, just over 20% of the original amount.
None. This was just breakfast.
There's no way.
Is this some blind dude that they bamboozled?
Princess breakfast at Disneyland.
Disneyland with my kids. He wrote on X, almost spit out my coffee. The dad's post on X has garnered 16.5 million views and received thousands of comments over the course of just a few days. Please tell me you have 35 kids. One X user.
So I'm done. Yeah, this clickbait at its finest,
AI
and
clickbait.
everybody here and everybody that lives in Florida knows not to go to Disney if you don't want to get gouged. I mean, if you don't want to pay $7 for a bottle of water, and you don't want to pay $45 or $50 just to, I literally think it's $50 to park your car. Seth, you might be the one. You might have been the one that's most latest have been to Disney with Sammy. Don't take Walker.
No.
Don't take. You know what? Let Walker think the coolest thing in the world is monster trucks because you can get in and get out for less than a couple $100. Let him see all the monster trucks he needs. Don't let him find out anything about Disney because the minute you go to Disney World, you're 2 G's deep. Seth, wasn't parking $50? When you went,
I think it was maybe 25 or 30
to park your car.
Yeah,
to park your car. Then it's what, 125 for a person to get in, something like that.
I think it's more than that now.
Yeah.
So this guy signed. He signed up for the Princess Breakfast.
Okay. Well, what's the Princess Breakfast?
$142 a person. It's a 3-course meal, and then you hang out with the princess and do all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's just, I mean,
there's no Princess Breakfast at the Clintons. Waffle House. We're not even going. I took the kids to Disney one time, and we got to go eat in Cinderella's castle, and I swear to God, it was like maybe $300 or $400.
Whew.
And I was not happy about that.
I told Walker Disney does not exist.
Disney's the bad. Disney's bad. Do you know why, Walker? Disney's bad? Because they don't have any monster trucks.
They have nothing.
No trucks.
They have scary kids.
Do you know what an
Scary
annual
people.
pass is a year? $1,500 a person
per guy. Yeah, screw that. When I return, we'll end the show. You know that dry Bobby Altoff. You know the dry. The podcast. She had Mark Cuban on. She had Drake. I think it all started. I think all of her popularity started with her Drake interview. That was her first one, wasn't it, Seth? And then from there, she got a bunch of people. But the Drake one is the one that kind of made her.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess she just had a little interview with Nick Cannon. He's got 12 kids, by the way, and I think she asked him to name all 12.
Yes.
We'll see if he did it or not.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Let me. Was there a B-2 that was shot down?
Not that I know.
Will you see?
Is that what they're saying? It's that's fake.
Is that fake?
That's what it's saying.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like someone did it over AI. Yeah, it's an AI image. Did you see the image, Bubba?
The image?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was gonna say I just sent it to you in case. Holy Oak Joe, member for 7 months. Thank you for being a member, Joe.
I made the reservation. Colin added you as a driver, and it just went to your name. Period. I did it last night. Period was the only company with full size SUV.
Stephen Campeão mesmo.
My kids were finicky eaters. I had a lot of those meals there where I had to pay per head, and my kids ate like toast. You know, a bowl of like 5 cents of pasta, garlic pasta. You know, it's like, okay.
We're getting on the filet mignon.
No, man, my
The seafood hour?
yeah, we don't do that there. I did do the character thing once to have Trey and Sage give their binkies up. We had a ritual where we put all their binkies in a little plastic thing and then give them to Mickey for the kids that needed it.
Oh.
And it was a big transition to no binkies after 3. No, we told the guy, like, you whisper to do it there, and I said, hey, we're going to do this. He's like, okay, he takes them. He's like, makes a big deal about it. It's awesome.
Oh, it's not a real thing.
I mean, a lot of people do it, but yeah, the Mickey guy like expects you to do it. And my wife had it in case of emergency, but I threw them all in the room. I purged the house of them. It's ceremonial. They say, for the kids. No, he went back on it at 4. Vicky's mother's is binky now.
I mean, who's on 1 and 2? Do we know?
941 number and a 989.
All right, I'll go. I'll pick it up real quick. Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
The after show, we'll call it probably 30. Sure. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it depends on how my talk with Jay goes. Maybe we'll just do it right afterwards. I don't know. Here is the Bob. We'll end the show with the Bobby Altoff, and I guess doing maybe some type of yoga situation or just sitting down with Nick Cannon. So it seems as though, Seth, like these A-list, B-list, A-list stars are still, doing or agreeing to do podcasts with her, right?
Oh, yeah. She's still got a big audience.
She would like scream and fire would just erupt everywhere, and her hair would like.
Daughter is.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
What are their names?
I just told you.
You told me one.
Oh, you want all 12?
12 names. Go.
All right. This is where I usually get in trouble.
Why? Because you don't know all of them.
I know all of them, but like when you're labeled, like can you label or just rattle off 12 of anything?
Yeah.
My children?
Okay, what can you rattle 12 of?
12
Can you name
colors.
12 states right now?
Yeah, no problem.
They're not like what's something personal to me that
Okay,
I
can you see exactly? Okay, name 12. What do you have 12 of?
Well, I don't. Most people don't have 12 of anything.
No one has 12
$12.
pairs of shoes. You got 12 kids.
Can you have 12 tattoos?
I don't even have 12 tattoos. You have more kids than I have tattoos.
Exactly. All right, well, here we go. I'll label it off for you. See, let's keep me honest. There's rock, roll, golden, powerful, rise, onyx, legendary, Zion, zillion, zen, And see, this is where
That's 10.
How many?
You're missing 2.
I'm missing 2. And then I would say...
That's terrible.
When she got up.
that is terrible. His face.
Man, 12 kids.
He didn't miss 1. He missed 2.
Livy Dunn backstage. Was she an actress?
No, it's LSU.
LSU gymnast dating Paul Skeens.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
She's the Viore model.
And it looks like she's walking into maybe the
Fanatics Fest.
Okay. And it looks like the person that she's addressing, she might know because she gives him a hug. Right? So, I mean, like maybe a relative or a friend or...
Well, look at the way her butt is arching out, Bubba. She's not, whoever that person is, she's not like... That's not somebody that she's incredibly close to.
But yeah, the body language says that she's not very close to him.
They dropped a beer.
I'd kill myself.
Sorry.
Got it all over her legs. Don't touch it.
Seth, would you just go out and jump in the dumpster?
I'd jump in front of the first car that I saw.
And finally, before I let you go, man, this is a church. This is a church. Is it Michigan? Yeah, this is in Michigan. And they're up there giving the woman's up there giving a sermon or something, and there's rapid gunfire in the back. And then I think it ends up being up here, doesn't it?
Yeah, they come up there,
Corral in every day. And our songs help do that, and so did our games. But that doesn't mean that we didn't have...
Yeah, so listen.
Songs help do that, and so did our games. But that doesn't mean that we didn't have... That doesn't mean we didn't have time for Bible stories, science experiments, snacks, and learning important...
And automatic rifles.
Bible verses
in the back.
...that the kids could take with them. We hope that after the service you'll stay and move around the foyer and let the kids tell you about the great treats we had this week, and have some too. Thank you.
And now I think it starts making its way to the front part here.
Oh.
And is all that automatic gunfire of them fighting the guards to try to get inside of the church, or is it just stuff that's happening outside the church? Do you know?
I'm looking at it right now. It looks like he was trying to get in the church. Yeah, he was shooting windows and doors and things like that.
Please, everybody come to the back. Come to the back. John, they gotta come. They gotta come. Come on.
Come on. Yeah, they killed him.
Yeah, security guard shot him.
So a security guard for the church.
Armed security guards are important.
Excellent. So an armed security guard for the church blasted the guy.
That needs more run, man. People need to talk about that more.
Yeah. Armed security. Lummy, I'm sorry I didn't get a chance to get the two people on hold. If they want to stick around, maybe you guys call back about 40 minutes from now and be part of the podcast with me, Lummy, and Seth, the Uncensored Show. Other than that, man, we're done. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
You're wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host, Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host, J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I'll repeat hello.